A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If you're able to hear me out perfectly well and if the audio is clear, kindly confirm. Thank you. We shall be starting in a couple of moments. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to the session of Geography, where from today onwards, for the next 24 sessions, we shall be discussing the subject of geography, trying to get a grip of this subject and trying to understand and capture in a way this subject for the purpose of your examination. So, from today onwards, we shall be familiarizing ourselves with the concepts and the various different ideas and principles of the subject which are relevant for your exams. And overall, we shall lay a strong groundwork which shall help you not only for your prelims but as well as the mains as well as the interview process of the examination. Now, before we initiate the discussion for geography and before we start the modules for geography, a brief introduction of the subject is something which is very much warranted for. So, when you think about the subject of geography, while it can induce some amount of excitement amongst a few of you, but it is also a reality that this is one of those subjects which troubles many of the candidates and a large proportion of candidates. So, here we shall be focusing upon how to approach the subject. What are the study materials that we have to follow, we can follow, and also whether we need to approach it in the method of note making or what are the sources other than the basic study materials that we should refer or we can refer to, what is the approach to develop in order to study this. All of that we shall be studying in detail. Now, to begin with, first of all, how is this subject important or relevant for your exams? After all, you have embarked upon this journey to become a civil servant, an IAS officer, an IPS officer, or a foreign service officer, amongst many of the choices. Now, you might find yourself asking this question that why is it that we are required to study about the geographical portion? Which are the mountains, why we have erosion, why we have weathering, degradation, earthquakes? What is the requirement of this? So, in a very brief nutshell, let me tell you that geography holds the key to the historical realities of a place, holds the key to the economical possibilities that a region offers, as well as the political stability that a region ends up exhibiting. Many of the times is determined by the geography of a place. If you consider a place or a region like India, if you imagine that for the past 2000 plus years, there has been a kind of a trend in this particular landmass, in this particular region, where you will observe that even beyond 2000 years, for the past history, if you consider, the people of this landmass have largely been provided for in terms of food, in terms of the various requirements of life. They never felt the urgency or the need to explore and go into other territories or to expand their empires significantly. Why? Because India is a land owing to the geographical realities, owing to the climatical possibilities. We always have had some or the other kind of production carrying on. Be it the winter season, we have different types of crops which grow. Be it the summer season, we have different types of fruits and crops on the offing as well. So, when you are self sufficient in terms of your stocking and supply, you necessarily don't go out and capturing each other's territories. So, in a way, our historical realities are shaped by the geographical possibilities of this region. Again, if you take a look at the era of colonialism in history, I gather that you have completed history just now, all of you. So that is why historical anecdotes are something which will follow quite significantly. So, if you consider, let's suppose, the advent of Europeans in this part of the world. Now, if you think about it, these Europeans, they came to India, fair enough. But why is it that they went to the regions such as the West Indies, or basically the Caribbean islands, or regions of Africa, central regions of Africa, if you think about it, in order to carry out agriculture? So, agriculture, in a way, also dependent on temperature, dependent on climate. And that has basically changed the entire historical setup. If you would have studied the portion in world geography, you would have studied that in those areas around the Caribbean islands, around the Southeast Asian nations, even along the region of Central Africa, the entire socio-political history has been upended due to that geographical possibility of having a mass level of agricultural growth by plantation activities. Some of that we have also experienced in India. When you observe large tea gardens, which are present in various parts of the country, much of that is attributed to the climate, but significantly by the advent of the foreigners. So that is how geographical reality, in a way, will shape the other possibilities that a place will exhibit. Now, here, when we embark upon a particular subject, the first question that you have to ask yourself is, what is the importance of that subject? How important is that subject for my examination preparation? That is it, or is there a possibility that, let's say, I have a lesser amount of preparation and still I can manage through? Because that is the mindset of each and every candidate out there, that give me one piece of paper to study, and that paper should consist of all the materials which will be required for the examination, so that I will chill out for the year. One day I will study, and that should be enough. So first of all, let us understand why this subject is relevant, and if this subject is relevant, what is it that we need to study in this subject? So we have to start with, first of all, the importance. So in this case, the direct importance in prelims exam, you will get around 12 to 15 questions. Direct questions. Okay. Now here, if we talk about being realistic enough, because sometimes UPSC likes to throw up factual questions in the mix. And if you analyze the previous year questions, there are a couple of factual questions which UPSC ends up throwing out there. So I will not be the one who will light up false hopes in your mind that you will get all the 15 to 15 correct out of these. So in a very basic, in a very realistic scenario, let me tell you that if you are thorough enough through the sessions, out of these, at least 10 to 12 questions will be easily solvable. Easily solvable by this. And if you apply your logic and you are well versed with current affairs, you can increase this to around 13, 14 questions as well. And that is a significant chunk to be gained from the portion of geography alone. Now, this particular subject is also of greater importance in the mains exam. When we talk about the mains examination, here the questions for geography are asked in GS paper 1. And in GS paper 1, you get questions worth around 105 marks. The entire paper is for 250 marks. Out of that, 105 marks are from this subject. Now, if you analyze few of the previous year questions, and then when you take a look at the materials taught in the class, the concepts that are discussed in the class, it is not only about referring to the PPT eventually, because while we will be having the class discussions, oftentimes, depending upon the level of understanding, we shall be elevating the level of concepts much beyond what is the general requirement or what your normal competition will be able to do. And we shall be elevating the level of conceptual clarity so that you gain a bit of an advantage, so that by the end of the day, out of this 105 marks, easily you will be able to attempt at least 95 marks. Let's give us or let's give UPSC around 10 marks scope to ask any random stuff that they can pack up. So, but out of this, in reality, easily 90 to 95 marks could be attempted easily. In fact, I would like to claim around 105 marks, because many of the questions, they come, and as we will discuss, directly from the portions that we will be discussing in the PPT. For the past 3 years, for the past two years and more, we have seen a striking resemblance of the areas that UPSC is also interested in and that we are also interested in while having the discussion. But still, we'll get that 10 mark scope to UPSC. So around 95 marks can be easily attempted by you. And if you follow the proper answer writing guidelines, geography answer writing is slightly a bit different from the other subjects. In fact, some of the key valuables that you extract from answer writing techniques in geography, if you tend to apply it to the other subjects, that will also be beneficial for you in your other areas of answer writing as well. So time and time again, we shall be trying to inculcate that as well. So out of that, easily around 70 to 75 marks can be scored. That can be scored. Imagine in GS paper 1, the very good candidates, in fact, the toppers, if you will consider them, GS paper 1, the good score is around 105 plus, and 110 around is considered to be a very good score. So imagine out of that, if you have to achieve 110 out of 250, you are getting around 75 or 70 from geography itself. Then other than that, you have other papers in GS paper 1, which is also going to be relevant enough. So you can imagine the level of boost that your preparation will get. But other than that, the basic information and idea of geography is also warranted for if you have to have a good grasp over the subject of environment and ecology. Many of us, when we think about the subject of environment ecology, the immediate perception is, or the immediate aspect is, that we simply have to learn about the Ramsar sites, protected areas, national parks, and so on, and our work will be done. And that is why environment as a subject appears to be very, very difficult for many of us as well. If you have the basic correlation with the subject of geography, environment and ecology also becomes much more understandable, much more easier to approach. Many of the topics, they also tend to intermingle and in a way intersect each other. And here, always remember, in environment and ecology, you have around 15 to 16 questions nowadays being asked in the prelims. Out of that, easily around 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 can be solved just by the information and logic of your geographical subject. Other than that, in GS paper 3 for the mains exam, GS paper 3, not only will you find subjective questions from environment and ecology, you will also find the subjective questions from agriculture. From environment and ecology, you get, let's say, around 40-45 marks of question. So let's keep that separate. You will study in that subject. Agriculture is an area where, again, you get around 30 to 40 marks of direct questions. So that can also be targeted, because we will study and cover agriculture in significant detail. Not the economic possibilities and realities of it, that is something to be covered in the portion of economics. Here we shall be covering in detail about what is it that the crops require, what are the problems or issues that Indian agriculture faces, what is organic farming. So that will also end up solving your issue of GS paper 3. So this is where the direct application of the subject comes into picture. If you study the subject, these are the direct benefits, but there are indirect benefits as well. one of the biggest indirect benefits is something that you will come across in the essay paper. In the essay paper, you are supposed to write two essays nowadays, right? So, two essays worth 125 marks each. Now, any essay for any topic that you write will always have a geographical perspective to it. For example, you can have direct questions as well. For example, you had a question being asked in the essay paper about the advantage the location of India has atop the Indian Ocean, the geopolitical and geostrategical advantage that India has. Now, that is as direct a question from geographical aspect as you can get. So there, if you know about the location, the benefit that India has or that India can get, that will help you in writing the essay. But you also get questions such as border management across the long borders of India. That is a complicated task. Now, when you are writing the essay for these particular topics, it is impossible to write an essay unless and until you have an understanding of the geographical realities of the different borders. Borders of the north are very different from borders of the east. Borders of the west are very different from the borders of the south. So that is where the geographical possibilities and realities help you understand that why and how of any topic can be explained. So there in essay paper also you will gain an advantage. There is an indirect advantage to be gained in another subject. Let me tell you the other subject, that is disaster management. Disaster management. Now, this is one of those subjects that candidates oftentimes they will ignore up till the final moments of mains examination, because this is not asked in the prelims. So only final few days before the mains examination, candidates become serious for disaster management. And that is when they find it very hard to memorize and ratify all the facts in a short time period. But you have to understand that in disaster management, what is the disaster that we are dealing with? We are dealing with floods, earthquakes, volcanoes. So these are the disasters, tsunamis, cyclones. Now, all of these, they are caused due to geographical phenomena. So when we talk about any particular disaster, if you know the cause, why that disaster takes place, you will always get an idea that how to prevent the loss of life and property due to that disaster. Let me give you an example. We talk about earthquakes. Many regions in India is significantly impacted or is in one of those seismic regions which can get significantly impacted by earthquakes. Now, in that situation, when we talk about earthquakes and protection of earthquakes, you will have all the various standard operating procedures that a country can do. But a basic understanding from the subject of geography will help you understand that when the earthquakes occur, you have the seismic waves or the energy waves which behave differently. One of the seismic waves, they strike the ground surface around 1 minute or 30 seconds before the main strike of the earthquake. That can be used. That property is in fact used for the development of warning systems, early warning systems deployed all across the region of Japan, and helps to prevent life. So it is the understanding of that geographical aspect of how the earthquake behaves, how the energy waves they are transmitted, that will help you in disaster management. For example, if we are aware that Himalayan rivers will flood in the month of June and July, why? Because of certain factors of rainfall distribution, we can get an idea about disaster management. For example, if we know that why cloud bursts occur, cloud bursts which have led to major disasters such as the Kedarnath disaster of 2013, why cloud bursts occur. If we know that, we will be able to shortlist those areas which are prone to cloudburst. And not only that, we shall be able to offer some curative measures as well. Landslides, another one in the same category. So all these aspects can be covered from the subject of geography itself. So that is why the application or the utility is multifarious. So if any one of us was having a kind of an option or an opinion in their mind that I will study subjects like history and polity 5 times, if I get a chance to ignore the subject of geography. So that is not an option. UPSC pays significantly greater amount of attention. And in fact, the recently conducted interviews, many of the candidates have been have appeared for interviews for both forest services as well as civil services. You would find that many of them faced questions such as interlinking of rivers, questions such as agricultural issues in India and their solutions, questions such as border management that we talked about, questions about the importance of Andaman Nicobar Islands, questions about the variation in monsoonal rainfall, why it is, and what are the implications. None of these questions would be, or you would not be able to give answer to any of these questions if the geographical concepts are not in place. So that is why this subject is important. I think more or less we have established that. Now, what is it that we are going to study in this subject? So basically, for any particular subject, what needs to be studied, what needs to be covered is an idea gained from the notification itself. So, in notification, if you take a look at it, for the subject of geography, the syllabus is mentioned in one sentence. You don't have a detailed syllabus mentioned, it just mentions the syllabus in one sentence: the physical, economic, and social geography of India and the world. So, overall, while many of the people out there, many of the knowledgeable people out there, they classify this subject into Indian geography and world geography. And that is how they cover the subject, because that is how traditionally in the school days it is covered. In the school days, you will find candidates, first of all, ratifying what is there in Africa, what is there in South America, what is there in North America. They don't have any kind of common interlinking part that if there is a feature in North America, there's a feature in South America. Is there a relation? No. In school, what is the approach? Learn everything about South America, mineral resources, rivers, people, land. Then learn about North America, then Africa, then Europe, then Australia, then we will come to India. That is an approach followed by many people, many candidates out there. But it is an absolute wrong approach to take. So here, we will be classifying the subject into two broader categories. One will be the aspect of physical geography, and the other part will be Indian geography. Now, with the help of physical geography, we shall be covering significant portion of the world. So in physical geography, what do we mean when we talk about the physical geography? So here, we basically talk about, first of all, we talk about the aspect of the interior of Earth. Then we will talk about rocks, theories for the formation and origin of continents and oceans. So we talk about the various theories like continental drift, plate tectonics, etc. Earthquakes, volcanoes, landforms, all of that. And through this, we shall be studying what are the geographical realities of the world. What are the various geographical possibilities which are present across the world? That is something we are going to study here. Then we will study about the climate, atmosphere, wind, temperature, pressure, cyclones, jet streams, El Nino cycles, right? We will also be studying about one of the most complicated atmospheric phenomena, that is Indian monsoon. Then after that, we'll be studying the global climatic distribution, the world climate, significantly a part of the world geography, world climate. Then we study the oceans of the world, oceans, tides and waves, temperature of oceans, salinity of oceans, ocean currents, etc. All these will form a part of your physical geography. Now, in all of these, with the help of all of these portions, we shall be gaining an idea about what is happening across the world. This is the portion that is geomorphology, which deals with the ground surface. Geomorphology. This is the portion which is climatology. And this is a portion which is oceanography. So that is something that we are going to deal with. Now, the learnings from all of this will help us understand the basic realities, such as how is it that the Himalayas came into existence? If the Himalayas have come into existence, what was there, what was present there earlier, before Himalayas? How is it that the northern plains have been created? Why is it that when we talk about the northern plains, it appears to be at the sea level? But if you take a look at the deposit of the sediments in the northern plains, in certain areas it is even 3 kilometers deep. That means what? That sometime in the geological history of this planet, that region that we call the northern plains of India, that region would have been a depression. That region would have been a very large hole or a very large ditch. So how did that come into existence? How is it that when we talk about the Peninsular Plateau, it is not only the oldest landmass in India, but scientific researchers have indicated that Peninsular Plateau and parts of it is the oldest landmass across the world. In fact, few of the scientific researchers indicate that the region around Chota Nagpur Plateau, that was the first landmass to be created across the planet. Same is the case with the Aravalis. Aravalis at one point of time, they were so very tall that you had large glacial ice masses which would originate from the Aravalis and basically drain the entire area. You had very large rivers originating from Aravalis. When we talk about the Thar Desert, we will talk about the fact that in the recent past history, this was a region which was covered underwater. And that is why nowadays you find oil deposits, gas in the region of Thar Desert. So all those realities about India, that will come to us automatically once we have covered the portion of physical geography. In India, we will be talking about the portion of physiography, we'll be talking about river systems, and drainage. Monsoon and climate is something that we shall be dealing in climatology itself. After that, the biogeography portion, that is forest and soil. Then the portion which comes under economic portion of geography, that is agriculture, minerals and industries, right? Then after that, coming to the human portion of geography, that is population, and settlement. Also transport. So that is something that we are going to take a look into. These are the areas that we are going to address. I am telling you so that you as a candidate, it is very important for you to be aware of what is it that you are going to cover. Because please understand, from the mindset of the candidates, when the candidates are there to attend a session, they are there as innocent people. They are there to receive whatever is given in the session. But as a candidate, you have the right to know that what is it that is going to be covered. Is it going to be enough for the examination, or do we need to access other sources as well? So that is why it is very important for you to realize the portions that we have to cover. Don't think of it as a mere depiction of the syllabus, because syllabus does not mention the content in such detail. When it comes to the notification, syllabus is mentioned in one sentence. So it is very ideal and very imperative for you to be aware of it, so that when you carry out your revision process also, you are aware of this. So this entire aspect will be divided into the set of 24 modules, which we shall be covering. Now coming to the material list, right? So when you talk about the material list, ideally, as a candidate, the materials required should be very minimum. But the candidates, as candidates, we suffer from a fear of missing out. That if my friends are studying a book, I will also buy that book. If XYZ is buying a particular material, I will also buy that material, regardless of whether a question comes from that or not. But we all suffer from that FOMO feeling. So let me tell you, always advisable to keep the material list to the basic and the bare minimum. Okay? And let me give you that guarantee. If you are regular in the class, by regular, I mean mentally present also, not only physically present. If you are regular in the class, from the first session to the end session, there might be a couple of modules where you might find some or the other topic to be a bit difficult. But if you persist, let me assure you, at the end of the 24 modules, there won't be any particular topic which you would not have understood or you would not have covered, and that comes in the mains exam. All the topics that we cover, we are going to elevate that level of concept much beyond what you find in the level of the books, in the reference materials, any reference material that you take up. We will be elevating the conceptual level much greater than that. So the basic material list other than the classes. So we have to understand that you are attending the classes. All of you are very, very busy individuals. So basically, the questions immediately start shooting up that if we are attending the classes, and is that more than sufficient? So you have to attend the classes regularly. When you attend the classes, after that, you will get the PPTs and the additional reading materials. The additional reading materials, right? So what I would want you to do is, after every class, go through the annotations of the PPT. What has been covered in the session? Now, annotations of the PPT should not be carried out to note it down in a piece of paper. It should be looked upon. If you are taking a look at the annotation, you should be able to reimagine and also retell the entirety of the concepts taught in the class. Any of the concepts that you feel that you are lagging behind while going through the annotation, immediately contact us, get that doubt cleared, or find the detailed answer in the additional reading materials. So this is something which should be done on a daily basis. If you manage to spend only half an hour after the class, I'm not asking for much time, let alone half an hour. If you are concentrated enough, even 20 minutes would do. Just devote 20 minutes to the annotations of the PPT before coming to the next session. Automatically you will start following the session significantly. You shall be developing a keen interest as well. Okay? And please don't be one of those candidates who will miss out 4 to 5 sessions in between, and then eventually after 5 to 6 sessions they again join. And then they have that expectation that everything will be understood because I'm so smart enough. I have got the genetics of Newton Einstein combined, so even if I miss the middle of the 5 session content, I will still be able to follow. That is not how this subject is made. Okay, you have certain subjects which allow you to do so. For example, let's suppose if I have missed out the portion of, let's suppose, 1857 revolt. I know something happened. I don't know what happened in 1857. I missed out 5 of the classes. Now, the 7th class that I joined, somebody is talking about non cooperation movement, civil disobedience. I will get an idea about what is going on. I will be able to follow. But in this subject, what will happen? Let me tell you very frankly on day one is itself. In this subject, let's suppose the first session of climatology, you miss out on the basics of temperature. Second session, you miss out on the basics of pressure. Now, when you join on the fourth session, when we are talking about cyclones, you will not get a single idea about why the wind starts circulating or moving in a circle. Why is it that only over Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea we see the development of cyclone and not over the landmass? So here we shall be building up the concepts one by one. Let me assure you, for any concept that we talk about, we shall be assuming that we have zero knowledge about that concept. We shall be starting from the ground zero. But once we start the discussion, I will have an expectation that the previously done concepts in the class that should be revised. We shall not be repeating the same concepts again and again in the class. So that expectation you fulfill. The rest of it, you leave it to us. We shall have a complete completion of syllabus and much beyond that as well. And those of you who are going to study geography as an optional, if you have that interest, let me assure you, almost 65% of your optional portion will be covered here. That is the level of discussion that we will have, provided that we all cooperate. Right? Now, the material list, the basic book should be referred to. Now, here, between the NCRTs and the Byju's, there is an or, either one of them. Now, these NCRTs, which NCRTs to refer? NCRTs of 11th and 12th. Okay, 11th and 12th level NCRT. Now don't think about it that, but in many places I've seen 6 to 12th, so I will study from 6 to 12th. No, 6 to 10th is the same material. 11th and 12th is the same portion covered in an elevated manner. I'm assuming most of us would at least be familiar with the level of education that is provided in 11th and 12th. So none of us should be able to find any difficulty in covering this 11th and 12th NCRT. And after you have covered these sessions, these will appear to be very childish and kiddish to cover. So you will be able to cover it very quickly. Or you can go through the Byju's book, or in place of both of these also, you can choose the tablet lectures as well, any of them. Right? So any of these that you cover, that should be covered for revision or for your base study if needed. Now, let me also tell you, it can be a reality, it can be a possibility that 11th and 12th level NCRT we are not able to understand. Few of us, we are, let's say, slightly weaker in terms of the background for social studies and so on. So let's assume that we are unable to understand 11th and 12th. However, that should not happen because these books have been written for school kids in mind. So we should be able to understand that. But if that is a scenario, always feel free to refer to either the tablet lectures or the Byju's book, or don't have any ego as of now. Straight away go to 6th or 7th level NCRT, begin or initiate the preparation from that. Always understand, in this journey of yours, it is you who is going to enter into the battlefield alone. Right? Nobody is going to come along with you, that for this question that person will give me the answer, for that question that person will give me the answer. You are going to appear in the examination alone. So you are accountable and responsible for your own information set. So if I don't know a particular topic, let's say that has been covered in class 6 level science itself about condensation, evaporation, and I'm not aware of it, there is no harm done. But I should have that kind of a tenacity that when I go back home, I will open up that class 6 level NCRT to get that clear, because it is a competition, it is a cutthroat competition. It is one of the most tough examinations in terms of competition across the entirety of the world. Imagine 5 lakh, half a million candidates will appear, around 700 to 800 will succeed, right? So look at the success ratio. So you need to be doing something different. And what different? Tenacity. Be very disciplined. If you take a look at the candidates who have succeeded and the aspirants who keep on trying year after year, one basic difference that you will observe in all of them: successful candidates, they keep the material list to the minimum. They have the discipline and the punctuality to revise it, to read it, to attend every day as if it is the final day of preparation. That is the only difference, guys. There is no difference in terms of intellectual level or intellectual quotient. Everything is same. Educational background is same. Many of the successful candidates have a very weak educational background, but they succeed. Many of them have an issue about their language also. They are not able to write and understand, but still they succeed, provided that tenacity. So have that and you will succeed. Then, World Atlas. It is going to be one of your good friends in the preparation of civil services. Now, many of us here also, I would like to bust a myth here. Many of us, when we approach the World Atlas, we approach it with first of all, we never open that book. That book's cover only looks so attractive that we are afraid what might open up from inside. So we keep that shiny World Atlas somewhere. We clean it up with a piece of cloth every few days so that it remains shiny. After 6 months, when the time comes to open the book, the first question is, should I get a new edition of Atlas? Maybe that is where the answer lies. No. Any atlas that you have, even if it is an older edition, even if it is an older atlas, do not worry. Not many things have changed in the world in terms of geographical realities for the past few millions of years. And for few millions of years, we humans were not even there on the planet. So don't get bothered by the 6th edition, 5th edition, 7th edition. More or less the same. So what is the role of the atlas? So when the candidates approach the atlas, they feel that one or two questions will come in the prelims definitely. That is why we have to read and rectify the atlas. You'll find now that the prelims are going to approach, look at the candidates who are appearing for the prelims this time. Ask them, many of them will have that kind of a list around them: cities north to south, capital cities east to west, the cities surrounding Pacific Ocean, cities surrounding planet Earth, cities surrounding Mars. All that list they will have, and they will be gulping that on a daily basis. That is not the approach that you have to follow. Please understand, the map based questions that you get in the exam, that is not assured every year. You might get one question, you might not get any question at all. So for that one question, do not start learning the atlas. Atlas should be looked at it in an explorative approach. What is explorative approach? Explore the regions. Be curious about it. That which are the fold mountains or mountainous areas, which are the countries in North America, which are the countries in Europe, what are the physical possibilities there, let alone Europe and North America. What about India? Are we aware of the number of states which surround the state that you are living in? So be aware of those realities. And on a weekly basis, we shall be handing out few of the areas for mapping so that you are aware of it, you are aware of the location, and get into the habit. So when we discuss anything in the class, get into the habit of looking at the atlas after the session to have a clearer reimagination and a visual imagination of that region. Geography, sadly, is a is one of those areas which takes place over billions and millions of years. It is not something where the recorded history is only for a few thousand years, so everything is documented. Geography leaves a lot to imagination. Better we are able to imagine, better will be our perspective here. So, Atlas, please don't look at it that one question will be asked in the prelims. That is why I have to look at Atlas. Otherwise, I would not have opened it. Understand it. This will help you even in the portion of international relations. You will get a clue about the locational realities of the place. Atlas is relevant and important to be looked into from the perspective of current affairs. Any new area in news, and nobody can be as honest to you as yourself. Be honest to yourself. Are you aware of that region? If not, don't have any ego or pride. Immediately go to the Atlas, look at it. For example, recently, Shanghai Cooperation Organization had its meeting in India, SCO. Now, most of the candidates, they will rote learn all the members of SCO for the exams. Find out the location of those members on the Atlas. Look at it. Why is it that of all the member countries, Turkmenistan is not included in SCO? What can be the reason for that? Because the location is very unique in the sense that every country around Turkmenistan is a member of SCO, but Turkmenistan is not. So find it out. And that answer lies in the geographical location of that place. So that is where the portion of current affairs, for example, Armenia and Azerbaijan, they have been embroiled in significant amount of conflict and war for the past couple of years and more. And that is around the region of the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh. Now, where is that disputed territory? Look at that in the Atlas. Why is it that Azerbaijan is being supported by, let's say, Turkey, and Armenia is supported by Russia? Look at the geographical realities. That is how Atlas should be approached. Atlas should never be approached as a list. Then newspaper reading is a must. It is a must. There is no alternative to it. Now, regardless of howsoever you will frame the question, you guys are very creative in framing the questions. I will give you that. So regardless of how you frame the question, that I do this, I do that, I do this, I study this, still do I need to study newspaper? Yes. The Prime Minister calls me every morning to tell me about the current affairs analysis. Then the Chief Secretary comes to my house and writes the notes for the current affairs. Still, do I need to read the newspaper? Yes. The head of UPSC panel also tells me about the important portions of current affairs in the day, and there is nothing left. The chief editor of Hindu also calls me that this is the portion relevant for UPSC. Do I still need to read the newspaper? Yes, regardless of whatever excuse you throw around. I read the monthly magazine, I read that, I do this, I go for yoga, I go to Himalayas. Do I need to read the newspaper? Yes. So regardless of howsoever you will frame this, newspaper reading is a must. Okay? And you have to be punctual with that newspaper reading. Okay? And I will tell you, see, the creative questions, DNA and CNA, is it a substitute for newspaper? Nothing is a substitute for newspaper. Newspaper, the moment that you stop looking at newspaper as a source of current affairs, that is where your advancement will happen. The problem is, as kids, as younger children, we have been groomed in a way that, look, these are the 5 books. From these 5 books, the questions will be asked in the exam. Carry it in your bag, ratify this, vomit it in the exam. Very good, you have attained 90%. We have closed our mindset to outside realities, and this is where UPSC is different from the other set of examination. UPSC functions on the accumulated set of information that you have, and that accumulated set of information is not given by a notes, is not given by a list, is never given by a compilation. When UPSC asked a question that what is Doctors Without Borders, or Medicine Sans Frontières. Now, what do you think? That was present in the portion of any current affairs or monthly compilation magazine? No. But when you read the newspaper, you come across these areas, you come across the realities and the perspectives across the world. So one part of newspaper is current affairs. Equally important part is you learn answer writing by reading the newspapers. So please don't avoid and ignore newspapers. Okay. Now, then we come to another area of concern, that is about notes or note making. Should we do it? Should we not do it? If we are doing it, how to approach note making? So, note making is a nuanced exercise. Note making is not simply writing down what is there in the book in a piece of paper. That is not a note, right? Note making is something of a matured exercise that you have to carry. So, we will talk about two types of note making, or the two types in the sense the class notes and notes for exam. With regards to newspaper, guys, for English, either the Indian Express or the Hindu, any of the newspapers, if not the physical copy, look at the digital copy, get a habit of reading. This will come after a couple of months only. It is not as if that 29th of May is the date that my astrologer has given. That 29th of May is the date when all your stars will align, when the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, everybody will be looking down upon you. That is the day you pick up the Hindu newspaper, and from there it will be an easy. It is not going to happen like that. The first day that you are going to pick the newspaper up, maybe you read it out of sheer excitement. The second day, you will question yourself, what am I doing? I could have listened to it on YouTube and that would have been very easy. The third day, you might start questioning your entire life choice. I could have done my MBA, I could have settled there. What am I stuck with this Hindu newspaper and this portion of current affairs? So it changes. So, in order to develop that habit, it will take a minimum of 20 to 25 days. It is in that 20 to 25 days that many people lose that battle. Many of the people, after 10 days, you will find they start collecting the newspapers. That, okay, right now I don't have time because I have meeting with the cabinet secretary and everyone. I cannot avoid that meeting. So what I will do is I will keep these newspapers. When on other day the suns and the stars, they will align, then I will pick up the newspaper. That is not going to happen. Read it on a daily basis. Give 1.5 hours of your time. That will be helpful all the way till your interview and even beyond that. Okay. Now coming back to it. So here, the class notes. While we are having a session, while we are undertaking any particular session or a topic, always have an A4 sheet paper next to you. While majority of the portions will be put in the aspect of the PPT itself, but always have the piece of paper to note down a couple of points at max, right? Short pointers. If in your city newspaper has not come, digital edition is there. Take the advantage of digital India, that India is advertising across the world. Take that advantage for yourself as well. So don't worry about that. If you want to get that newspaper reading, it will be available. Now, in the daily class sessions, just pay attention to the short pointers of the notes. So here and there, any new concept being discussed, any new concept, I will tell you if the concept is important or otherwise also. A couple of bullet pointers, just mention it under each topic. Now, these short pointers for the class notes is for revision. Short pointers as in one-liners, right? Not more than one line for any of the important new thing that you come across. For example, when we talk about, let's say, formation of Himalayas, origin of Himalayas. So there may be a couple of sentences. Origin of planet Earth. What was the phase of degasification? What was the phase of torrential rainfall? Just a couple of sentences. Now, what this will do is, this will be your class material along with PPT plus ARM, additional reading material. So this will serve as your class material, right? Now use this to revise the class. After the classes are over, use this to revise what has been taught in the class. And after that, once you have done that, then develop the notes for the exam. Now, notes for the exam that you prepare, this should be topic-based notes. Topic-based notes. For example, make notes on the plate tectonic theory. What do you understand by plate tectonic after you have studied the additional reading materials, the class, the PPT, everything, or any other source of content that you are referring to? What you have studied or what you have understood. So write it on your own. That is very important. Please don't become a Xerox machine or a photocopy. Many of the candidates I have seen, when you ask them how many hours that you study, so yesterday I made notes for 6 hours. What are the notes that you made? I kept the book, I looked at the book, and I started making notes. That is not note making, that is photocopy. We have machines for that. 1 rupee, you will get both side print in many of the days. So please don't use or waste your time in doing that. Make better use of your time. So try to write it on your own, whatever is it that you recall. And if any portion is there that you don't recall, look at the book, again close the book, and then try to recall it. There conceptual clarity happens. Always make notes in your own words. In your own words. Always. Never be a stickler for definitions, that it is written in a certain manner in the book, so that is only what I have to retain. No, understand it, reproduce it in your own word. In that case, the scope of forgetting and committing mistakes in the examination, that is always minimized. Then this should be very brief. Very brief. No design required. Note making, when you take a look at notes of few of the candidates, it appears as a scrapbook. You have various different types of glitter pens which are there: green, pink, violet, black, blue, red. All different types of glitters are there. Different types of pen, pencil, coloration pattern is there. You feel bad even to read those notes. You feel as if these notes should be put up in the museum. That is how beautiful they are. Don't try to make such notes. Your notes are not there to be sold in the market. Your notes are for your own revision. So as brief as possible, right? That by looking at those notes, you should be able to recall. And effort should be that nobody else should be able to understand what you have understood or written in those notes. But that is a side category. So always make it very brief. After you have covered a particular topic, after you have revised a particular topic, then go for the notes for exam. There is a role to be played by notes. In the mains exam, you don't have enough time between the papers in order to refer to the books in detail. So there the notes will come in handy. Okay. Now, after that, the module progression that we are going to carry out. So first of all, for the first few modules, that is module 1 to 5, we are going to cover geomorphology. Then from module 6 to 12, we are going to cover climatology. Then module 13 to 15, we are going to cover oceanography. Then module 16 to 23, we are going to cover the Indian geography, which will be a compilation of all of these. And then eventually module 24 will be that of mapping. Now, here in the mapping session, even though module 24 is mapping, please don't wait up till module 24. That module 24 will come. Then, after that day, suddenly I will be aware of all the various places on the planet, all the various rivers of the planet, all the countries, and all the mountains of the planet. It will straight away enter into my mind after studying that module. No, it will be a step by step process. Slowly and steadily, you will be exploring the atlas. I will ensure that you are forced to open up the atlas at least once a week, so that by module 24 we will talk about how to approach the portion of mapping. We will be discussing the how and the why of it, rather than the exact locations, that this is where Kolkata is situated, this is where Hyderabad is situated, this is where Delhi is situated. No, you are mature enough to do that on your own. So this is going to be the module progression. Now, the approach to study the subject. Now, this is a subject which requires a significant proportion of your imaginative skills to come into the picture. You can never conquer the subject if we are unable to imagine what is happening in the world and what is it that a mountain appears to look like, what does a glacier look like, etc. So, for this subject, I would basically ask you and suggest to you that for this portion, always, or the subject of geography, always gain a visualistic approach. Develop a visualistic approach. We will be taking a look at the images. We will be taking a look at the visuals. And with that, we will have a better recollection at the time of examination as well. Let me guarantee you that. If, let's say, you take a look at this image, now all of us have heard about glacial lakes, and glacial lake outburst flood is a major disaster. Now, how do these glacial lakes look like? Where do we find them? If you take a look at this image, this is a glacial lake. So you get an idea, okay, maybe the ice melt in the mountains produced that lake. Then you get an idea, okay, maybe if a large rock from here, it simply falls down into that lake, the water will splash and the water can cause flood. So by visualistic approach, many of the times, many of the complicated issues and concepts are easily understood. Okay, so that is something that we are going to focus upon. And interrelation, relation of topics. This is very important as a perspective to develop while studying for civil services, not only for geography. In geography, we will be applying it to the maximum. But please understand, all the candidates will study the same books of polity that you are studying. All of them will study the same book of history that you have studied. All of them will study the same materials. What makes you different? The ability to interrelate and look at the larger, broader pattern. That is what makes you a different individual. That if we talk about the land, does that influence the climate? And if the land and the climate are influenced, does that influence the ocean temperature? How does that impact Indian economy? So that ability to interrelate, that is what is going to take your thought process to the next level of maturity. Okay, so that is something that we are going to focus upon. And this is the approach, the critical thinking approach is what we are going to discuss. The content is available here and there, but then it is that critical thinking which will come to your rescue. Okay, now here a couple of you have asked the question that human and economic geography, ocean geography, or world geography, etc. So let me quench that kind of a curiosity, which will persist, I am sure, till the last session as well. Because what happens, we are aware of these terms. We are not aware that what is there in human and economic geography. We are not aware that what is the aspect when we talk about biogeography, but we have heard somewhere world geography. Okay, somebody was saying world geography, I have to cover world geography. In that entire list, I have not found that heading. So give me that heading. Inside that heading, whether you teach me oceanography or whether you teach me environment, I don't care, but give me something under that heading. Because we have seen this implemented significantly when we talk about landforms in geomorphology. We talk about the underground landforms which are created by water in the underground level. Now, that is something which is also referred to as karst topography. Now, I have had a couple of candidates, around 5 to 10 candidates, who were very worried before the exams last year that, sir, we have taught, you said that we have done everything, but karst topography has not been covered in the class. Now, there, why is it that the fear comes in? They have heard about that name, they don't know what the name stands for. We have covered it. So, here also, let me tell you, when we talk about world geography, what is world geography? Is UPSC interested in asking to you what is the length of river Amazon and what is the length of river Nile? No. We will study and cover world geography through our study of physical geography, world climate, oceanic currents across the world. When we talk about the geographical realities and landforms across the world, in a way, we are going to cover the world geography. Okay, and all those enlightened ones who classify geography only in the aspect of social, economic geography and human geography, let me enlighten you. This portion, forest and soil, this is what is also sometimes referred to as biogeography. So next time that you hear the term biogeography, don't panic. It is a portion of forest and soil. This portion, agriculture, minerals and industries, that comes under the category what is referred to as the economic geography. Okay, so this is something that we are going to cover. You can put it under the heading of economic geography. This portion of population and settlement, that comes under the category of human geography. Do we get questions from human geography in prelims? Never. Do we get questions from this in the mains? Two questions, always. But those two questions, what category of questions are that? What are the problems faced by the cities in the developing nations? You don't need a book to answer that. You need the presence of mind and current affairs about the government schemes. You will do a stellar job. But having said that, so this is where biogeography will be covered. This is where the world geography will be covered. This is where the economic geography will be covered. This is where the human geography will be covered. And we have a separate portion for mapping as well. So I hope that is something which satisfies the requirement. Okay. Different notes for prelims and mains? Absolutely not. See, please understand, one of the biggest mistakes that the candidates will do is they will start preparation for prelims separately, mains separately. What happens to these candidates is that preparation for mains never materializes. They are so indulged in preparation for prelims that prelims in itself becomes the goal, that somehow I will succeed in prelims. At least I will have a name to save in the society. Then we will take a look at what to do for the mains exam. Always prepare for your mains exam. Always, whatever preparation that you do, keep the mains examination in your mind, in your target. Prelims will come naturally due to the information gained by that. There is no separate notes, no separate study material, only for prelims. Okay, so prelims is a mere compilation of all the aspects required for the mains examination. A focused approach 2 to 3 months before the prelims, that is more than sufficient. As of now, if you are preparing for, let's say, next year or year after that or year after that, your target should be how to score best in the mains exam. 3 months before the prelims, then start taking a look at the current affairs and start revising the portions that you have covered, the notes that you have prepared, more than sufficient. If anybody is telling you that they have had a different preparation for prelims and then again one final day when the stars and the sun and the moon aligned, that is when they started the preparation for the mains, they are lying, or they are still attempting the examination, they have not cleared the exam. So please understand, never have that separate compartmentalization of your preparation. Okay? If we prepare for mains completely, can we clear the prelims? That is how you clear the prelims, my dear friend. What is the final notes for geography? There is nothing final in life in general. So there is no final notes in geography. Basically, when you prepare notes for geography, it should be topic based notes after you have completed the revision process and read the portion. That is what should be there, and even those notes should be regularly revised. The unnecessary portions have to be removed. New additions that have been present in current affairs, they have to be added. It is not as if the notes have been prepared and my work is done, that is the final task. That is not the final task. Keep on revising, adding and removing those notes, what is referred to as sanitization of the notes. Okay? Then should I make notes for current affairs? Byju's magazine is sufficient in that case, Sanskar. And how do we interrelate the subject? Rahul, so that is basically going to cover, or that is basically going to come after you have had a significant idea of the basics of all the subjects or the major subjects. For example, let's suppose, I'm assuming most of us would have covered polity, right? Let's suppose we are studying polity. In polity, we have covered the portion of six schedule areas. We have covered the portion of autonomous regions, the autonomous districts, which have a kind of an autonomy in decision making, the hill districts, and so on. Now, when you study geography, for example, here you will find a very strange kind of a coincidence that majority of these areas, they are physically in an isolated manner. That is, they don't have a very good infrastructural connect from the rest of the mainland. You'll find them surrounded by hills or mountains, separated in a way or other. Now, what does that help me with? So that helps you understand that a region which is generally physically isolated, there the people develop a kind of a self-sufficiency, not only in terms of their daily requirements, but also in the civilizational aspect, also in the political and economical aspect. And that is where you will be able to look at the larger picture. Even when you have disturbance internally in any part of the country, why that is happening. When we talk about left wing extremism, for example, very much a topic of internal security. But if you observe the LWE impacted areas or this extremism impacted areas, you'll find it spreads all along a particular pattern. Jungles of West Bengal all the way to Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra. Then there is a gap in Karnataka. Why? Because the jungles, they become discontinuous here. So for the extremists to move from one region to another, they need that cover of jungle. So there you are able to interrelate the geographical realities with the realities of the internal security issue as well. So this will automatically come provided you are able to look at the larger picture for any subject. Okay. And Narsimha, PPT will cover entire syllabus for prelims as well as mains. Yes, it will cover. Byju's reference book you can refer to. Eventually, please understand, you will need eventually at some stage or the other, you will need to read a book as well in order to have a concise revision. All the topics will be covered in significant detail in the PPTs. But I would also advise you, so one approach can be that read the PPTs only, and that is more than sufficient. I can tell you that, but many candidates do like reading a book. So if not interested in reading a book, read the PPTs only. Okay. But if you like to read a book, which should be the approach ideally for any subject, you should never ever leave any book, or the basic book should at least be read once, so as to get an idea what is there in the book, right? So read a basic book, and then the entire thing will make much more sense. It will be much easier to revise. For what should be the approach for yearly revision, Kishan? Yearly revision is basically finish the subject first, revise the subject, and do the same thing for the other subjects. And this revision should be carried out in 3 stages. First phase of revision within 7 days of completion of the subject. Second phase of revision within 1 month of the completion of the subject. Third phase within 40-45 days. Do that repeatedly for all the subjects. You'll be in a good place. Okay. If you haven't received the book, don't worry. No issues. Refer to the additional reading materials, the PPTs, more than enough. Or look at the NCRTs available on free on the website. Even that will be more than sufficient. Okay. Economic Times is also a good newspaper, but for civil services, if you are preparing, ideally, see, Economic Times is a focused area, is a niche area. I would suggest to you either the Hindu or the Indian Express, any of them. Okay, right? And how to write theories like seafloor spreading in a crisp manner. Rahul, class 11th and 12th NCRTs are enough? Yes. How to write theories in a crisp manner. So basically, after you have completed the or attended the session, looked at the additional reading material, looked at the notes that you have made, maybe refer to a book for a source of information, all that you have understood, how briefly can you write it? So that should be the aim. So that is how note, see, first day that you start note making, it will not be perfect. It will be perfect after, or you will develop your own level of perfection maybe after 20 days of note making or 30 days of notes making. So it is an evolutionary exercise. You should not be afraid to explore more in that. Okay. And GC Leong. Okay. Should we study GC Leong? GC Leong is basically, understand, GC Leong has not been written for civil services examination. First of all, I never stop any of the candidate from studying any of the book, any book that you are comfortable with, any study material you are comfortable with, that you feel should be read, read it up. But understand, when you talk about the book like GC Leong, it has not been written for the portion of civil services. GC Leong is a book that people refer for physical geography. Oftentimes, while if you like that book, study that book. But there is only one chapter in that book which is relevant enough to be acquired for civil services, and that is global climatic distribution. And that also is dealt in so much detail that questions are not asked to that level. So that is why if you want to refer to GC Leong, you can, but you will not. If you take a look at the previous 10 to 15 years of question, you will not find a single question. Let me re-emphasize and repeat. You will not find a single question which was present in GC Leong but not present in NCRT. That means if the same advantage can be gained by reading the basic NCRTs, why not take that advantage rather than going to GC Leong? But still, if you feel the compulsion, and you have to understand, as a candidate for civil services, candidates, they are generally addicted to buying new books. They are addicted to buying newer materials because that smell of the new page, that, and when you buy a book from the market, that assurance that you get that, okay, now civil services are cleared. Whether I study this book or not, that future will decide. But I have gone to the market, I have taken this pain in such a busy life schedule of mine, I have bought this book. Who will stop me for clearing civil services? I will clear. So that assurance that you get from buying the book, that is not replaceable by any words that I say. So if you feel the urge, if you feel that need, the need to buy the book, read that book. But whichever book that you read it only if you feel that you will be able to revise it. Don't read it out in vain. Okay. So now we initiate the discussion. Okay. Now can we start with the subject? Prashik, how many hours on a daily basis? That is totally dependent on you, my dear friend. Scope of taking geography as an optional. Geography can be taken as an optional. It is pretty rewarding. Many of the candidates, they are able to score 300 plus in geography optional. But for that, you need a very good conceptual clarity of the GS portion. You should be genuinely interested in the subject. Interest is one of those which should drive your optional selection. If you are genuinely interested in the subject, this is a subject which can reward you significantly. Okay. Shreya watched Our Planet by David Attenborough. Very good. So that is, so these series and documentaries, they have their own role to play in reinforcing the concept. Okay. So, okay, do we need a break before initiating? Can we refer to the Majid Hussain for mains, or is that recommended for optional? Chinmay, only for optional. Majid Hussain. Rahul, first year graduation. Rahul, if even if you don't have your background as humanity, understand majority of the people who study geography even as an optional, get that very clear. Majority of them, they are from the engineering background, science background, other background, but not from a geography background. If you are in your first year of graduation, I will have the assumption that class 10th level of information you should have. If I'm incorrect in making that assumption, please let me know. But I will make that assumption that class 10th level of basic you should have. If you have that, trust me, there won't be an area beyond that where you will find a difficulty. Okay. Kishan, entire syllabus of mains will be covered. Obviously, yes, my dear friend. If I don't cover the entire syllabus, I don't think you will let me live as well. So I don't have a choice in that also. We will cover the entire portion. And Preetham, the same tips that I would give to you. I would suggest to you, just be regular for the 24 sessions. It is very easy to drop in between, and then after 5 classes you find everything to be very, very difficult. Don't do that. So be very regular. We will approach each of them from the basic level. Wherever you find it a bit difficult, go back, work on that what is that portion, which is the concept I have not understood, what is it that I need to understand in order to get that conceptual clarity. Work on that on a daily basis. Nothing is unachievable. Okay. Graduation, you can, Akula, you can do that, but don't make that change in subject only for your mains examination or the geography examination. Think about the perspective, because you are changing a subject of your graduation. So think about the future perspective as well. No, Shelly, both of them will be sufficient. Okay, do we have a weekly test, Tajinder? Yes, we do have a weekly test. For working professional time allocation, Yashpal, I would suggest to you the class be very regular. Let's say you are going to work, browse through the annotations very quickly, maybe during your lunch break or so on, so that you have some idea. Current affairs should be read on a daily basis. That is newspapers. Newspaper you read. After this, if you have time, go for any other subject in the same day. Otherwise, keep at it with this much on the bare minimum. Weekends are the ones where the working professionals have to extract the maximum. Okay. Last year, highest marks of prelims. What is it that you will gain by getting the highest marks in prelims? There is no identification for that, my dear friend. Okay. Even if you get 160 in prelims, what is the benefit of it? That marks is never counted in the mains exam. And even if you go to your fellow colleagues and brag it to them, let's suppose you are doing it for bragging rights, that I was the one who scored highest in prelims last year. Nobody will even listen to this. They will ask you how much marks you scored in the mains exam, and both of them are completely unrelated. So please understand, just approach the prelims to clear it comfortably by a 15-mark margin. That should be the goal. Okay. Can GS geography is my path for geography as an optional? Obviously, Pravasini. Once you understand this, always it is easier. Thanks for the kind words, guys. From where should I make note for geography? The classes would be sufficient, Akansha. Should we practice writing answers daily or weekly? If you are new to the preparation, try answer writing maybe weekly. Daily, start looking at the subject. Okay, so this is something that will continue to go on, and I hope that in the entire journey for the 24 modules we will carry this out. And before that, let me launch a poll, a basic poll, and that basic poll will be how many of us we need a break right now, or we will do with a break at 8. So A is yes, B is no break as of now. So this is a poll. I hope 15 seconds won't be much of a time for you, so let me know. I am launching a poll, guys. You will get your own KBC moment here. How to approach the CSAT paper? Practice with the previous year questions, especially 2017 onwards. 60-40 it is. Okay. So 60% majority, we are a democratic region. 60% are asking for a break. I guess the introduction part in itself has been very heavy that you require a break. So that is not a very good harbinger of the times to come. But having said that, fair enough. Today is the first class. I won't be breaking your spirits in this. So we'll take a break. And when we then come back, that is when we will continue and start and continue significantly till around 9:30. So I hope you are okay with that. Then don't ask for a break in between. Okay, so take a break as of now, and we'll take a 10 minutes break. I think 10 minutes break should suffice. So break till 7:40. Okay. So today, take a break. Today is the first session. Take a break till 7:40. We'll be back, and then we will initiate the discussion of the geography portion. We will start with the basic aspect, that what do we understand by geography? What is our universe which surrounds us? And how have we come across the various discoveries in the universe? We'll start that after the break. Okay? A confirmation for the audio, please, if you're able to hear me out perfectly well. Okay, a couple of questions I will take and then I will initiate the discussion for geography. First question I will take is from Ashwant. That is this the right time to prepare for optional geography from June to September? And for full-time aspirant per day, 2 subjects is the right approach. Ideally, if you are a full-time aspirant, current affairs plus 2 of the GS subjects should be covered on a daily basis. And optional, please understand it will take 5 to 6 months, including the revision, answer writing, everything included. It will take you around 5 to 6 months on an average. So optional and everything about the optional should be completed by the month of December. If you are appearing for the prelims next year, it should be completed by the month of December. And then, do I need to start essay writing from now onwards? Ilma, essay writing basically should be initiated after you have covered the general studies. Only after that you will have enough idea to be able to interrelate all the various concepts. Okay. Then another question I have from Ilma. I have to go college, so cover the remaining for the weekly test. So basically, I would suggest to you attend the sessions as much as possible, and whichever portions that you have missed out, please ensure that you cover it on a daily basis with the help of the annotations, the recordings, whatever is available to you, so that you are up to date. Okay. Why is Western disturbance active in the month of May? That is very much a output or an outcome of the climate change, my dear friend. Kishan, sometimes I do. Sometimes I take a look at the question, at the answers written by the candidates. But when you write the answers, send it to IS Live, and from IS Live we get a look at the various different answers. I'm appearing in 2026. Should I study 2 or 1 subjects daily? See, if you are appearing for 2025, 26, and any time, I always maintain that if you have started your preparation right now, and if you have a 3 year time window, here there is no reason why you should not be targeting single digit or a double digit rank. Your target should not be just to clear the exam. So put as much hard work as you can, as much as the time allows you. Put that at this point of time. It is these 2 to 3 years of struggle, my dear friend. After that, your life will change. Your perspective to life will change. The entire the group of people that you hang out with, that will be very different, right? Your society, your family, they will always remember what you have done. So it is these 2 to 3 years of hard work. Try to put in as much hard work as you can. Akshara, is prelims and main syllabus are same for geography? Yes. Can we study 2 subjects a day? Absolutely yes. Okay. So now we start with the portion of geography. Geography overall is what? Study of the land features, study of the surroundings around us. This is not a particular area where you have to depend upon what someone has said or what is the interpretation of the theories. The moment you step outside your house, you look up in the sky, you see the clouds, but the clouds don't bring you rain. That is a geographical phenomena. You step outside your house, and in the present season, it is a scorching amount of heat that you end up facing. That is geography, right? So, geographical understanding and geographical realities have been present with mankind ever since the evolution of man. In the initial days, man would be very much concerned with their own landscape. And then, slowly and steadily, when the phase of exploration began, you would have read about it, that Alexander, along with his entire troops, they went around to capture the world. But little do we know that as Alexander was traveling, he had one cartographer with him. Cartographers are the ones who make maps, who make the actual representation in the form of maps. So once people were knowledgeable enough or they had enough information of their own surrounding, next thing that concerned them was what is present in the world. And that is when geography came to us. Now, in the very initial days, since the very initial days, even if you take a look at the cave paintings that you find, you'll find mankind always fascinated by the stars and the skies above. There was always that kind of a curiosity that what is our place in the world? How have we come into existence? Where is it that we live? And what is the association with the stars? So, in the very initial days, the kind of models or theories that were provided, they all talked about it that the entire universe is revolving or moving around the earth. Earth is the determining phenomena. And they all talked about the fact that earth is the center of universe. That model of geographical thinking, that was referred to as the geocentric model, which meant earth is the center. Obviously, with the passage of time, this theory proved to be a fallacy, that earth is not the center. Then began the line of thought that okay, earth moves around the sun, because before that the understanding was that people would look sun rising in the east, setting in the west, so they would think that sun is also moving around the earth. Later on people got to realize that earth is moving around the sun. Now we humans, we always think ourselves to be the most superior beings and the most superior individuals. So when that thinking came that look, earth is also moving around the sun, that means sun might be the eternally important thing in the entire universe. And that is when the models for the existence, the models for the geography, that started having sun as the center of the universe. And those were referred to as the heliocentric models. Heliocentric models. Obviously, later on, even this was declared to be a kind of a fallacy or a kind of a false interpretation to make. But in the 1600s, in the 1700s, our understanding of universe was restricted to the solar system only. For us, solar system was the universe. And we thought about it, that how the origin of universe happened. In that, we tried to basically, or the various different scientists, they tried to come up with the explanation of the origin of solar system only. We were not aware about the galaxies, we were not aware about the various distant stars. So that is when, in the initial days, you will find in the 1750s, you had the first theory provided for the origin of the entire universe, and that was provided by Immanuel Kant. That was in the 1750s. He provided what was the nebular hypothesis of the origin of the solar system. But then, this prevailed for around 50 years. Then it was corrected by Laplace. And that is, Laplace theory was provided in around 1790s. That prevailed for around 100 years and more. The 1900s have been a phase of exploration, has been a phase of advancement. It is in the 1900s, in the 20th century, with the development of modern equipments, we were able to explore the entirety of the universe. We were able to understand that what happens, what goes on around the universe. So that is when we had the postulation of the Big Bang theory. And it is the Big Bang theory which is basically adopted, Big Bang theory which is acceptable. So let us understand the genesis of this theory. Let us try to understand how this theory, the Big Bang theory, came into existence. So basically, what is this theory? We'll come to it. But before that, a kind of observation which led us to believe in that Big Bang theory. That observation was made by an American astronomer with the name Edwin Hubble. Edwin Hubble. Heliocentric model basically referred to the fact that sun is the center of the universe. Helios refers to sun. So heliocentric meant that sun is the center of the universe, but that is not the case. So basically, Edwin Hubble, with the help of his telescope, he observed the stars and the galaxies around. And Edwin Hubble, when he observed, now the image that you see on your screen, now this image is not the image of the stars. Multiple such stars, they make up galaxies. So all these that you see, these are basically galaxies, which means each of them would consist of hundreds, thousands, and millions of stars. So imagine the number of celestial objects that would be present. Because each star, for example, sun is a star. Each star would also consist of various planets moving around the stars, right? So galaxy is a larger mass. So when Edwin Hubble was looking at the sky, he observed something which was very unique. And what he observed was that each of these celestial objects, they are moving away from each other. They are not moving towards anything. All the objects are moving away from each other. So that was the observation. That was the observation. So what was the observation? All the celestial objects, celestial means something that you find in the space. All the celestial objects or bodies are moving away from each other. So in a way, Hubble said that, look, the universe that we are living in, that universe is consistently expanding. There's a continuous expansion going on. What was the reason? He was not aware. Why that was happening? Nobody was aware. But this was the observation. So based upon this observation, he provided a theory. He provided a theory, and the theory was theory of expanding universe. Theory of expanding universe. So that was the theory provided by Edwin Hubble based upon the sheer realization of the various different celestial objects that could be looked at through the telescope. And basically, how do you observe or measure that whether the objects are moving? Their relative position with respect to the planet Earth, and also the emission of the wavelength of rays, the different rays and the lights of different spectrum which are emitted by the objects moving far, the objects coming to you. So based upon that, the realization or that conclusion was made. Now, this was a theory, but why this was happening, nobody was aware. So you had a couple of scientists, Lemaitre and Gamow, who basically worked upon this observation. And the observation was that everything is moving away. So if everything is moving away from each other, let's suppose these are the various objects, right? Imagine everything is moving away from each other, as is the case. So that means if I go back a few years, a few million years, these things would have been closer to each other. If they are moving away, if they are that far, that means if I go further a few million years back, these things would have been much closer to each other. That means if I go many billion years back, maybe they would have been much closer to each other. So basically, Lemaitre and Gamow, they started working backwards for the theory of expanding universe. They said that if everything is moving away, There must be a force in existence which is pushing everything away from each other. Now, where is that force? What is that force? So, there an analogy of a balloon was given. What is the analogy of a balloon? So, a balloon analogy is that if you have a balloon, let's suppose, the birthday parties and so on that we celebrate. Now, in that, we fill the balloon with a lot of confetti, lot of various different small paper pieces, etc. Now, if you burst the balloon, everything spreads out, right? Because there is energy of explosion. That is why everything spreads out. Now, if you interpolate it, if you go backwards, that means everything was together. So that laid the foundation, the basis of the Big Bang theory. The Big Bang theory says that at one point of time in history, around 13.8 billion years before present, right? 13.8 billion years ago, everything that we see which is moving away would have been restricted to one small mass with very high pressure, very high temperature, but it would have been restricted there. And that was referred to as singularity. That was referred to as singularity. It was said that this mass had very high pressure and very high temperature, temperature to the tunes of millions of degrees Celsius, and pressure also to that extent. So, very high temperature and pressure. Due to very high temperature and pressure, this single mass or singularity, it exploded. And when it exploded, materials, they started moving away. And as they started moving away, within a few years, materials, they started to cool down. That is how gases were formed. They cooled down further, atoms were formed, and that is how matter was created. That is the aspect of Big Bang. I will repeat the entire thing. Listen to this carefully. When we talk about the theory of expanding universe, which was provided by Edwin Hubble, Hubble basically observed that every celestial object, that they are continuously moving away from each other. So that is where he was able to postulate the theory of expanding universe. But you had the scientists, a couple of scientists with the name Lemaitre and Gamow. Now they started working backwards on this particular theory of expanding universe. And basically, when they worked upon it, they realized that if everything is moving very far away right now, that means sometime in the history, they would have been much closer to each other. And if we move the clock back significantly, maybe everything was in a single mass and it exploded. And that explosion has pushed them in the extent that they are still moving away from each other. So that formed the basis of the Big Bang theory. Why is it referred to as the Big Bang? It is referred to as the Big Bang because that explosion, that created the existence of the entire universe. Everything that we see around us is a sum product or is a byproduct of that explosion. That is why the Big Bang. So, what does the theory say? So, this theory was born out of the observation that the other galaxies are moving away from our own at great speed in all directions, as if they had been propelled by an ancient explosive force. This was born out of that observation. The entire theory was born out of that. observation. Okay, so this was what was referred to as, this observation was the theory of expanding universe. This was provided by Edwin Hubble. Now, the Big Bang theory says that around 13.7 billion years ago, everything in the entire universe was condensed in an infinitesimally small singularity. If you take the clock back from everything going away in the history, everything would have been in one concised position. That is singularity. So that singularity had infinite density, infinite amount of heat. It is under that huge amount of heat and pressure that the explosion would have happened, that things would have started moving away. And suddenly, an explosive expansion began, ballooning the universe outwards faster than the speed of light. So when the objects, they started moving away from each other, that is when they started cooling down a bit. If you observe the time scale, basically this is referred to as the origin point of the Big Bang theory. Basically, here it is said that look, within 10 to the power minus 43 seconds, 10 to the power minus 43, imagine how little a time period that is. Now, in that time period, the temperature was around 10 to the power 32 degrees Celsius, right? So 32 zeros, and that much degree Celsius was the temperature. It expanded furthermore. So within a few seconds, observe how the temperature started cooling down. 1 second after the Big Bang explosion, the temperature had cooled down to around 10 to the power 10 degrees Celsius. From around 10 to the power 32, which was there at the point of Big Bang, within 1 second, the temperature cooled down as the expansion started pushing materials away. The materials, as they started moving away, then observe that the temperature cooled down quite significantly. Around 300,000 years later, from the Big Bang, the temperature had reached around 6,000 degrees Celsius. And that is when, if you will observe, the atoms, they started coming into existence. These atoms, they combined with each other. They reacted and interacted with each other. And that is what led to the formation of the various different stars and various objects. Now, every star does, in majority of the cases you will find, every star has objects which move around that star. We refer to them as planets. So majority of the stars will have many of the planets. Sun is the star of our solar system, and it has got 8 planets which continue to revolve around the sun. Now, why do you think, what is the force which is at play for the planets to be moving around the sun? It is basically the gravitational pull of attraction. Understand, if ever you have had that curiosity, that why is it that the planets, they move around the sun, it is because of the gravitational pull of attraction. We'll come to it. But a brief basic conclusion of the Big Bang theory, that is, simply put, it says that the universe as we know it started with an infinitely hot and dense single point that inflated and stretched, first at unimaginable speeds faster than light, and then at a more measurable rate over the next 13.7 billion years to the still expanding cosmos that we live in. So the world that we live in, that is still expanding. Objects are still moving away from each other. How do we get to know it is 13.8 billion years ago from present? How do we get to know that It is not 25 billion years before present. We get to know about it by studying the stars. Many of the stars. For example, you would have read in current affairs, if you are following current affairs, that the most powerful telescope made on the planet, that is the James Webb telescope, that has been launched. It has replaced the Hubble telescope, which was the most powerful telescope up till its time. Now, this James Webb telescope, when it has gone to space, it is studying the light emitted by stars. Now, many of the stars here, when we measure the light, here you would have heard about a term light year. Now, light year is a unit of what? What do you think is light year about? Good. Light year is a unit of distance. It is the distance covered by light in 1 year. That is what is regarded as a light year. That means if I find a star, let's say a star which is, let's say, 5 billion light years away. Five billion light years away, if we say. What does that mean? That means the light that we are receiving from that star, that light has been emitted around 5 billion years ago, and it is that far distance away from us. So, with the help of these telescopes, we are able to find the stars which had been formed immediately after the Big Bang. And that is where the James Webb telescope, which has been launched recently, that has given us a greater amount of insight about those newly formed galaxies. That is how we get to know that when this Big Bang would have occurred. Having said that, it is the accepted theory. It is the most acceptable theory based upon the evidences that we have. But there is another theory, the theory of an oscillating universe. And that theory builds upon the Big Bang concept. That theory basically tells us that, look, all this explosion that is happening, it is basically one small matter which is exploding into all these different galaxies and stars due to that expansion. Now, a point will come in time when all these, they will lose the energy to move further away from each other. When they stop moving away from each other, the gravitational pull will do the rest. And then all of them will close down. They will come, they will start colliding. Everything will then come back into that single unit. Again, there will be an explosion. Again, everything will move away. Again, they will lose energy. They will start coming down and they will then again close down. So that is the theory of oscillating universe, which majority of the research papers nowadays that you refer to, they refer to the theory of oscillating universe. But Big Bang theory is still the most acceptable and the most logical theory about the origin of universe that we have. Okay? Is that understood? Cosmos basically refers to the aspect of all the cosmic beings, the celestial objects. That is what is cosmos. Okay? Light year is the distance covered by light in 1 year. That is what is referred to as light year. Okay? So basically, light covers us, light is very moving at a very significant speed. So light covers a set distance. So the total distance covered by light in 1 year, what will be the distance? So that is 1 light year. So if I say that a star is 5 billion light years away, how is it that I am able to look at the star? By the light emitted from that star. So it has taken 5 billion years for the light from that star to reach the planet Earth. We know the speed of light and we are able to calculate the distance. But that light has been emitted 5 billion years ago. It might be possible that the star is no longer existent there. It is that light that has reached us after 5 billion years. So when that light would have been emitted. That is the concept of light year. Okay. And Ilma, what led to this expansion? That the sun is the brightest star. Then why there is darkness in space? Okay. Not just the sun, but many stars was also there. Yes. Is it a proven theory? And if universe is still expanding, then why Earth is still in its position with respect to the sun? The universe is expanding, my dear friend. Please understand where the Earth is. Earth is a part of the solar system. The solar system is a part of millions of other stars and billions of other stars which are present in the Milky Way galaxy. And that Milky Way galaxy is one amongst the millions and billions of galaxies which are in existence. So when we say the objects are moving away from each other, it is the galaxies, the stars that we know they are moving away from each other. Right? Now, when is it that the origin of sun happened? The origin of sun, the origin of planet Earth, it did not happen at the time of the Big Bang. The sun came into existence only around 5 billion years ago. Planet Earth came into existence only around 4.5 billion years ago. So these have been recent creations out there. These have not been present since the genesis of time. Okay? Is it accelerated in nature? What is accelerated in nature? In the sense that, okay, the movement of the stars away from each other, yes, that is accelerated from each other. The expansion, yes. Oscillating theory. Oscillating theory of universe basically talks about the fact that this is a repeated process. That every few billions of years, you have the entire aspect of all the materials concised into a small substance, and then there is a force, there is an explosion because it is in space, so there is no controlling factor. So that is where all the materials, they keep on flying, they keep on moving away from each other as if there is a force pushing them away from each other. Okay, that is the now as they move away from each other, they slowly and steadily start losing that energy. When they lose that energy, the gravitational pull will come into play. One galaxy will attract the other one. There will be a kind of a convergence, a collision that will lead to creation of a bigger mass, so more collision. So everything will start coming together, and then again there will be an expansion. Again, everything will come together. This is the theory of oscillating universe. Okay, right? Now, they are moving away from each other. Why they don't collide? Because it is not as if they are moving towards each other. See, every object is moving distinctly away from each other. So if there are 4 objects, it is not as if one will be going towards here. No, everything is going away from each other. Imagine that balloon and the confetti that you have. When you burst that balloon, does all the material there start colliding with each other? No, they will move away. So it is that push, that explosive force, which is given by that Big Bang explosion. Okay? Okay, how many of us, we have no clue about light year? Okay, I think many of us, we have a doubt in the aspect of light year. Light year is a measure of distance. When you observe something, you are able to measure that distance, isn't it? For example, you take a look at the sun, you get a distance from the sun, right? So you measure the distance from any object. That distance is measured by various different reference points. That, okay, this is 5 kilometers away, so that region should be 10 kilometers away. So when you measure a distance, that distance is, what is the speed of light? What do you think is the speed of light? Any of us? Any of us? Okay. 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second. That is the speed of light. Now speed into time is equal to distance. Okay. Now if I have an idea about how far an object is, I can gain an idea about the time taken for the light to reach here. If I know the speed of light, I can know the time taken. So that is where the speed or the distance, the unit of distance is taken as light year. So imagine if in 1 second light can travel 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter, imagine what it will be able to do in 1 minute. Imagine the distance it will be able to cover in 10 minutes. For the sunlight to reach the planet Earth, it takes roughly around 8 minutes for the sunlight to reach the planet Earth. So light takes some time to cover the distance. So light year is the distance covered by light in 1 year. That is considered to be light year. Okay, so when we observe an object very far away from us, billions and trillions of kilometers away from us, how do we get to know about that object? We cannot physically go there. We basically observe it through the telescope. Now, the telescope gives us the idea that the object is, let's say, based upon the unit of distance, the object is 5 billion or 4 billion light years away. 4 billion light years away means it takes light 4 billion years to travel that distance, right? While the sunlight takes around 8 minutes to reach us, that from that particular star, it has taken 4 billion years. That is how far it is. So that means the light that we are receiving now, that had been emitted by the star 4 billion years ago. After that, again, light would have been emitted. That would be received tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So that is how we get to know about the history or the past of the universe as well. Astronomical unit is the distance between the sun and the earth. That is AU. Okay. Now, the solar system. When we talk about the galaxies, understand the first image that I had indicated to you. All these are basically galaxies. Millions of stars, they end up making one galaxy. And each of these stars will have a set of celestial objects or set of various different objects which keep on moving around them. We call them as planets. So why is it that the planets move around the sun? What is the reason behind that? The reason is the force of gravitation. The sun tries to pull the planets towards itself. It is the force of gravitation. But because of the velocity that they have, they end up completing a revolution. How? Understand that. So when we talk about, for example, let's say here we have an object on the surface. Now, if I drop that object will immediately fall here, isn't it? But if, let's say, this object has got a kind of a velocity associated, if you take this pen and let's suppose I drop this pen, it will straight away drop here, right? No deviation. But if I have a velocity, I have a speed associated with the pen will drop somewhere here. The pen will be dropping somewhere here, isn't it? Now, something similar is at play in the case of solar system as well. When we talk about the solar system here, let's suppose this is the sun, right? Now, here you have a small object or a planet, let's suppose. Now, that planet is being attracted by the sun. It is being pulled by the sun. But this planet has got a velocity. So rather than directly falling to the sun, here it will fall somewhere here. Now again, it will be attracted by the sun directly in this region. Gravitational pull is there, but here again it has got velocity as it is falling. So again, rather than falling straight, it will fall like this. And that process will continue. Again, rather than falling here, it has got a velocity, it will come somewhere here. And that is how the entire rotation is observed. So that is where you will observe that each of these planets, and same is the case with the satellites of the planets as well. For example, moon keeps on moving around the earth. Why? It is aided by the earth's gravitational pull. The satellites that we launch from the ground, they also keep on moving around the earth. Have you thought about it? Why? It is because when we launch the satellites, we give them that velocity, and that velocity ensures that they keep on circling the earth aided by the gravitational pull of attraction. So that is how the entire solar system, everything around. Now, if you can imagine it, rather than getting confused, understand that when we talk about the Milky Way galaxy, which consists of the sun and the stars, everything. So let's suppose if this is the schematic representation of the Milky Way, the sun and the solar system, the sun is situated somewhere on the sides of the Milky Way. So even the sun moves all around the Milky Way galaxy, aided by the gravitational pull of attraction. And imagine the planets, they are aided by the gravitational pull of attraction of the sun. The satellites, they are aided by the gravitational pull of the planets. So that is how the gravitational pull ensures a kind of a revolutionary motion. Okay. Now the question that how is it that these planets would have gained velocity in the first place? So that velocity in the first place is gained right since the time of their formation. At the time of the formation, how that formation happened, where multiple different particles, they started colliding and coming together. Earlier, around the sun, there was nothing but the presence of only dust particles. These dust particles, they started colliding together. We will talk about it when we talk about the formation of earth. So all of them, they started colliding together, and that provided them with a relative acceleration around the sun. And that is where all of them, they started a kind of a spin, they started a kind of a movement. Okay. Now, what and from where sun has gravitation? Gravitation is basically any object which has got mass will have gravitation. Newton's law of gravitation, what does it say? Any object which has mass. For example, even if I take my finger, this was one of the bigger things that Newton basically postulated and for which he was ridiculed as well. He basically said that, look, the finger of my hand has got a gravitational pull of attraction with the stars above. It is just that the distance is so far and the mass of my finger is so less that I'm not able to pull that star. Basically, what he meant to say was that the force of gravitation can be exerted by any object which has got mass. If the mass is large, gravitational force will be large. If the weight is large, gravitational pull will be large. If the distance is small, the force of attraction will be large. Moon, when we talk about moon has 1/6 of Earth's gravitation. Why? Because the mass is less. So that is where you have the mass, which is responsible for the gravitational pull. Okay. Now, why is Milky Way bulky at the center? Majority of the galaxies you will find bulky at the center because that is where accumulation of the dark matter also is observed. Accumulation of many of the black holes also you will observe there. So that is where it is generally bulky. Then Ashwath, based on the expansion of universe and the moving of all celestial objects, the exact orbit of the revolving of planets as shown is not observed in you. It looks like a spiral. Yes, it looks like a spiral. That is correct. And the time period of different is different because the difference in time is solidification. Yes, correct. Why the path of these planets are elliptical and not circular? Because circular is something, sometimes it happens to be circular as well. It is not always going to be only elliptical. It is influenced. See, for example, if you consider, let's say, planet Earth. Now, as much as planet Earth is influenced by the gravitational force of the sun, you have the gravitational force acted by the Jupiter as well. You have the gravitational force sometimes acted by Saturn as well, provided that Earth comes in its path. So, because of that multiple influences, that is why you have a kind of an elliptical manner. Okay. Sun is also revolving all around the Milky Way. That is correct. Are our planets also affected by force of center of galaxy like the sun? No. For the planet Earth, the most powerful force of gravitation is exerted by the sun. For example, imagine all of us individuals. Now, are we influenced by the gravity of the Earth or are we influenced by the gravity of the sun? We are influenced by the gravity of Earth. Similarly, for Earth, for Moon, it will be influenced by the gravity of Earth. Then Earth will be impacted by the gravity of the sun. Sun will be impacted by the gravity of the other stars and the Milky Way. So that is how, based upon that object, that is how the impact is associated. Okay. Kishan, all planets orbit is in the same manner which is represented in people. No, this is a kind of an artistic recreation. Various objects, when they move around the sun, it is very distorted in a way. They only one thing which is common is they are all attracted by the gravitational pull of the sun. Okay. And each and every galaxy, majority of the galaxies will have a black hole. Concept of Milky Way. What concept of Milky Way? Milky Way is a galaxy basically where the sun is situated. Our planet, our solar system is situated in a Milky Way galaxy. A galaxy consists of hundreds, thousands, and millions and billions of stars which are present. So, here, when we talk about the Milky Way galaxy, even our sun is moving around the entirety of the Milky Way galaxy. It is not at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay. Now, a very quick recap of how the planets they keep on moving around the sun and the other stars. Understand, it is purely aided by the force of gravitation. If you have, let's say, an object, okay, let's say an object is straight away dropped on the ground. Now, the force of gravitation would mean it would fall here. But if that object has got a certain amount of velocity associated, that object will fall somewhere here. So that is where, if you have this as an object, let's say the planet as an object, there is a force of gravitation which acts between the planet and the sun. But the planet has got a speed of rotation. So that is why, rather than directly falling to the sun, it will have this kind of an approach that we saw earlier. So it will fall somewhere here. Now, here also it is perpetually attracted by the sun, but rather than directly falling here, it will also come here. So that is what completes the entire rotation again and again. Okay. What is the Milky Way galaxy? Milky Way galaxy is basically, what are galaxy? Galaxy is referred to as a group of stars. Okay, understand this basic chronology. If we don't have a clue about it, always advisable to understand it. So basically, you have stars, example sun. Around the stars, you have planets, example Earth. Around the planet, you have satellites, example Moon. Now, group of stars, they make up galaxy. Okay, they make up a galaxy. Example, Milky Way. Like that, you have many hundreds and billions of galaxies which are present. So imagine how big the universe is. Significant portion of the universe has not even been discovered till now. This is all this theory that we are talking about is only based upon the universe that we have managed to discover till now, not further than that. Is the sun the only star in our galaxy? Absolutely not. You have millions and billions of other stars in the galaxy. Sun is just one of them. Okay. Now, here, after that, we come to the aspect of planet Earth. Now, planet Earth, because of centripetal and centrifugal, they are moving in orbit. Kishan, please understand that why is it that centripetal and centrifugal force will work? When is it that centripetal and centrifugal forces will work? Whenever an object is moving in a circular pattern. Why will an object move in a circular pattern? Aided by the gravitational force. It is not as if some celestial individual or some godlike figure, they are moving the planets and that is why they are experiencing centripetal and centrifugal. Had there been no gravitational force, they would never have moved in a circular motion at all. Okay, so even the centripetal and centrifugal force that you are talking about, it is generated by that gravitational force. Why the earth is not attracted by other planets even though they have mass? That is attracted. Earth is attracted by other planets. That I just said, that earth is attracted by planets like Jupiter and Saturn, but sun is much larger than Jupiter and Saturn, so the gravitational pull of attraction by the sun will be much higher. That is why earth moves around the sun, right? Is sun, moon and other planets are constellation to Milky Way? No. Constellations are a group of stars. A group of stars that is referred to as a constellation. Being a contradictory concept to Big Bang, is Milky Way true that the sun also moves around? It is not contradictory to Big Bang. It is the entire Milky Way in itself is moving away from Andromeda galaxy and from the other nearby galaxies. So all of them are moving away. Okay? Yes, Akshara, that is true. Yes, Ilma, that is correct. So now we talk about the Earth. Now, Earth is roughly at a distance of 150 million kilometers away from the sun. That is the distance between the Earth and the sun. Now, the Earth not only revolves around the sun, it also manages to rotate around its axis. Now, the portion of the planet Earth which is exposed to the sun, that experiences daytime. And the portion of the planet which is not exposed to the sun, which is away from the sun, that experiences darkness or nighttime, right? The portion which is facing the sun, it will receive more light, it experiences daytime. So here in this image, you will observe there is a kind of a differentiation between the areas which receive day and the areas which experience night. This is day and the areas which experience night. This differentiating circle is an imaginary circle which separates the regions which are going to experience daytime and the regions which are going to experience nighttime. This imaginary circle is referred to as circle of illumination. That is the imaginary circle separating regions experiencing daytime and night. Now, here you have to understand that planet Earth is tilted on its axis. as it rotates. It is not as if a ball is kept somewhere in the museum or the lab and it is consistently rotating. It is rotating in a tilted manner. So planet Earth is tilted on its axis. And when we say tilted on its axis, what do we mean by that? So suppose this is the planet Earth. Here, the axis in itself is tilted. And it is tilted in the context of the vertical. Let's suppose you consider this to be the vertical line. So this tilt makes an angle of 23.5 degrees. And it is around this tilt where the planet continues to rotate in a direction west to east. And it is here that the solar rays they come through. Right? So different places will experience different amount of solar rays. For example, a region which is placed here, let's say you are an individual who is standing here, you will be observing or experiencing direct rays of the sun. You are an individual, let's say, standing here, you will be observing inclined rays of the sun, right? A slanting ray of the sun. So different areas experience different amount of sunlight. This region, for example, this is what is the South Pole. South Pole. This is what is the North Pole. So as the planet is rotating, South Pole does not even get exposed to sunlight. So you have darkness there. So that is where the tilt of the planet Earth on its axis that determines the amount of sunlight that is received. That also ends up determining what is the duration of daytime and nighttime in between the various seasons and all. But let us come to that slowly and steadily. So start with the rotation of planet Earth. Now the Earth spins around its axis continuously. It rotates continuously from west to east. And this spin of the planet Earth that has been induced again since the time of its very formation. When you have had various different collisions happening and large objects when they collide, now they will induce a spin, and that is how they get their own rotationary motion. For example, imagine if I consider any two large objects. Let's suppose I consider this and this object. Both of them appear darker. So let's suppose I consider these two. Now, when let's suppose they will collide, one of them will be impacted significantly and there will be a kind of a motion induced. So that induces a kind of a spin that the planets tend to retain for a longer period of time. So that is why planet rotates from west to east. And it takes the planet 1 day or 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds to complete one rotation. Now here, let me talk about a different concept. Now we talk about rotation. We talk about the speed of rotation. Now, if I ask you from very basics about, let's say, speed, we can say that speed is equal to distance by time. We can say this. I hope we don't have an issue in this. So, distance covered by the time taken, right? So, suppose if I consider different places on the planet, I consider this place A, I consider this place in Europe B, I consider the place on the pole as C. Now, in one rotation, how many of us, I will launch a poll for this. I will do one thing. I will launch a poll that option A will be equal distance. Option B will be varied or different distances. Now listen to the question carefully. The question is that how many of us we feel that in one rotation A, B, and C Will they cover equal distance in one rotation, or will they be covering different distances in one rotation? I'll launch a poll. So think about it and answer. Good. A majority of us have said that they move different distances. That is correct. The different places on the planet, they will be moving at a different distance from each other. They will not be moving at the same distance. How and why? Understand that. Suppose this is the planet. Suppose this is the planet. Now here, I have considered the position A. Let's say A. Now, I consider another position B. Let's say I consider another position here B. Right? I consider, let's say, another position here C. Let's suppose. Now, as the planet is rotating, each of these places will also rotate along with the planet. Each of the places will also move. Now, if I have to calculate the distance, let's say what is the distance that the region B covers in one rotation. One rotation takes 1 day. If I have to calculate the distance that B will cover, how will I measure that distance? By measuring the circumference, the perimeter of this circle, we will get a distance, right? So here, B will cover a distance. Let's say the radius at this point is small r. The radius here, let's suppose, is big R. So B will cover a distance. Distance covered by B can be given as 2 pi small r. We can think about it that the distance covered by B will be 2 pi small r. Distance covered by A in one rotation will be 2 pi large r. Isn't it? We can think about it that A covers this distance in one rotation, B covers this distance in one rotation, C covers this distance in one rotation. Now, larger r is bigger than the smaller r. So I can say that distance covered by A in one rotation is greater than distance covered by B in one rotation, because 2 pi is same. If larger r is bigger than smaller r, so distance covered by A will be greater. We can say that, isn't it? So if I consider this C, that will be lesser than the distance covered by B also, because it is moving across a smaller circle, right? What about the region of the poles? In one complete rotation, the poles, they hardly end up moving at all. They are almost static. They are almost still. So the distance covered by the polar region is almost zero in one rotation, isn't it? Now, here, isn't the radius always calculated from center? The radius is always calculated from center, my dear friend. But again, understand the very basics of geometry. And here again, I'm not presuming that you have a high degree of geometry, a very basic school level geometry. So if I draw this axis, let's suppose I draw this axis. So distance covered by B in one rotation, will you think about the distance from this circle that B makes, or will you measure it that this is the radius, so the distance covered by B will be depending upon that radius? Always the distance covered by B will be moving across here. As B is rotating here, what will be the path that B will take? B will take this path, A will be taking this path. Can we say that in one rotation, A makes a larger circle as compared to B? Can we say that? Akshara, is that understood? Vidya, Jyoti, all of you, is that understood? Right? So we can say that. So when you can say that the distance covered by A will be greater as compared to distance covered by B as compared to distance covered by C. Let's suppose we fix the time, right? Let's suppose we fix the time to around 1 day. Time taken for one rotation is 1 day. Let's suppose I fix the time. So speed is equal to distance by time if time is equal to 1 day for all of the cases. Can I say speed of A is equal to distance covered by A by 1, speed of B is equal to distance covered by B by 1, speed of C is equal to distance covered by C by 1. So can I say speed of rotation at A is the maximum because it covers the largest circle in one rotation as compared to speed of rotation at B as compared to speed of rotation at C. So that is how, as you move from the region of the equator to the region of the poles, equator is the circle dividing the planet into two equal halves. So as we move from equator to the poles, we can say that the speed of rotation keeps on reducing. Okay, so that is the aspect of rotation. Okay, now, okay, I do not understand the very concept that how Earth will have rotation. Okay, but once, let's say you assume that Earth has a rotation. After that, is this understood, or beyond that, we have closed our minds that unless and until that is clear, I will not look at any other fact. Is that understood, that how speed of rotation varies? We can always come back to it, that why Earth will rotate. Okay. Anjali, this rotation is change the people's, or it makes any change on the rotation, basically brings about day and light. If the distance is small, shouldn't the speed be high? If the distance covered is large, or if the distance covered is small, see, speed is equal to distance by time, my dear friend. Always remember that distance is the distance covered. Always. I hope that we don't find mistakes in these basic formula. Otherwise, CSAT will be very tough, let alone the prelims for general studies. CSAT will be hard to get cleared by. So speed is equal to distance by time. Here, distance covered by A is going to be largest in one complete rotation because A is making the largest circle. B is making a comparatively smaller circle. C is making an even smaller circle. So C is covering the least distance in one rotation. In one rotation is 1 day. So that is why speed of rotation decreases as we move from equator to the poles in general. Okay. Now, that brings us to this portion, that is the speed of rotation at any point upon the equator is approximately around 1600 kilometer per hour or 1038 miles per hour. Speed of rotation is considered to be maximum around the region of equator, and it keeps on decreasing as we move towards the poles. Okay, so if you consider different places on the planet, this is the circle of illumination in general. So here, if you consider different places, just understand the basic concept that different places across the planet, they won't be covering the same distance in one rotation. For example, here, if you consider this particular place A, this particular place B, this particular place C. Now, A will be covering a larger distance as compared to B, as compared to C. But the time that they are taking to cover that distance is one rotation. One rotation is 1 day. So that is why, if let's say we have two of you, let's say if you have two people, right? Ram, Shyam, let's suppose. Now, Ram covers 50 kilometers in 1 day. Shyam covers, let's say, 5 kilometers in 1 day. So this is a simple one in that case, that Ram will have a greater speed because the Ram is able to cover 50 kilometers in one day. Shyam, on the other hand, is only able to cover 5 kilometers. Similarly, when we talk about A, as A moves around this in one rotation, A will be covering the maximum distance as compared to B, because B is moving across a smaller circle, C is moving across an even smaller circle. So that is how the distance covered ends up varying. We will have the implication of it when we talk about the movement of winds, that how the movement of winds is very much dependent on this difference of speed which is generated. Now the planet in itself keeps on revolving around the sun, and the planet revolves in an elliptical orbit consistently. As it is tilted on its axis at 23.5 degrees, it will keep on moving around the sun. Now here, it takes the planet one complete year to have that rotation. Now it is an elliptical orbit. It is not a spherical orbit. Elliptical orbit means what? It means that you have, let's say, a situation. If this is the orbit, let's suppose it is here that you have the presence of the sun. So the planet is moving across this orbit. So naturally, it is not, because it is not a circular orbit, there will come a position where the planet is farthest away from the sun. There will also come a position on this orbit where the planet is closest from the sun. So that position, when the planet is farthest away from the sun, that is what is referred to as aphelion. Helion here refers to sun, derived from the term helios. Helios refers to sun. So aphelion means farthest away from the sun. When planet Earth is farthest away from the sun, the distance is around 151 million kilometers. And then you have a position when the planet is closest to the sun, when the distance is reduced to 147 million kilometers. Had this been a circular orbit, all the places would have been equidistant, but it is an elliptical orbit. Means the planet will go very far, it will come very close by as well. So that is the aspect of revolution. Now this aphelion, this particular portion when it is closest, that is what is referred to as perihelion. That will be referred to as perihelion, and this will be aphelion. So aphelion, that is observed when the Earth is farthest away from the sun. That is observed on 4th of July, roughly around 4th of July every year. And when the sun is closest, that is observed around 4th of Jan, around 6 months later. Right? Now, here the same principle or phenomena will also be exhibited by the moon, as the moon is moving around the Earth. In the motion around the Earth, moon will come across a situation where the moon is closest from the Earth. Now, in that case, the reference point is the Earth, not the sun anymore. So that is perigee. And there will also come a position when the moon is farthest from the Earth. That will be referred to as apogee. Okay, so that comes when any object keeps on moving. Now, even when you observe the satellite launches, if you observe the satellite launches in greater detail, rather than just looking at the Twitter feeds and the tweet celebrities that they make, if you observe the satellite launches carried out by ISRO, you will observe that ISRO indicates that this satellite has got an apogee, it has got perigee. That means in its orbit, this is the point closest to the Earth, this is the point farthest from the Earth. So that is where we observe that with the Earth and the Sun, and also with the Earth and the Moon. Aphelion, the distance is around 151 million kilometers. Perihelion, the distance is 147 million kilometers. Okay, the definition aspect of it, The Earth is at its maximum distance from the Sun at aphelion and is at its minimum distance in its orbit at perihelion. And the point on the Moon's orbit where it is farthest from the Earth, that is apogee. So anything which is farther, you associate the term ap. Now, if Earth is the reference point, for Earth you use G. So here, apogee. If Sun is the reference point, then aphelion. Now, when anything is closest, that is where you use the term peri. Now, if Earth is the reference point, that is between Earth and the Moon, you use perigee. If Sun is the reference point, then after peri, you use helion. So, perihelion. So both of them, they indicate the movement in the orbit. Okay, do we need to learn these distances? Absolutely not. UPSC is never going to ask you about these distances. Okay, so while the Moon's closest approach is known as perigee, its farthest approach is referred to as apogee. Now, then we make ourselves familiar with the seasons on the planet Earth. Across the various different regions, we experience different seasons, right? Overall, I hope we are aware that the entire planet is divided into two equal halves or hemispheres. The planet is divided into two halves or hemispheres. So, it is divided by a line that we refer to as equator. This is what is northern hemisphere. This is what is southern hemisphere. Now, this in itself is tilted on its axis. So that means if you observe this image, observe this is the circle of illumination and this is the tilt. So if I draw the equator somehow, if I draw this equator somehow, right, I will have a distinct northern hemisphere, I will have a distinct southern hemisphere. Okay, again, a reminder for all of you. So the feedback sheets which have been circulated for the previously attended classes, kindly fill up that feedback sheet. Don't forget to fill up the feedback sheet for the classes that you have attended. Whatever has been your experience, whatever is your suggestion, feel free to write into those feedback sheets. Okay. Now, coming back to it. So this is the equator. Right? This is the northern hemisphere. This is the region of southern hemisphere. Now here, can I say that in this position, the northern hemisphere appears to be tilted towards the sun? The southern hemisphere appears to be tilted away from the sun. We can say that. So in this position, northern hemisphere will experience greater amount of heat because it is tilted towards the sun. And the southern hemisphere will experience colder conditions. It is tilted away from the sun. That is why when it is summer in the northern hemisphere, it is winter in the southern hemisphere. And the vice versa is also true. For example, if let's say we have the position somewhere here, position of the planet, let's say, is here. Now, maintaining the tilt, right? Now, in this case, if this is the equator, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. Here, if I have to draw the circle of illumination will be somewhere here. So these regions will be experiencing night and the other regions will be experiencing daytime. This is night and this is day. So in this case, in this position, can I not say northern hemisphere will be tilted away from the sun and the southern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun? So in that situation, northern hemisphere will experience winter and southern hemisphere will experience summer season, right? The duration of daytime and nighttime also changes. During summer months, you would have experienced that the days become longer, nights become shorter. During winter months, you would have experienced that the nights are longer, the days are shorter. All of that is attainable due to the tilt of the planet, on its axis, right? So here, let us take a look at the various seasons which are in play. So starting with the month of November, that is, if we consider the month of November, yes, Preetham, that would be correct assumption to make. Jan, Feb. So here, this is the circle of illumination. This is your axis. This is the region of, let's suppose, North Pole. This is South Pole. Circle of illumination and axis, they are different, guys. They are not the same. This is your circle of illumination. Nirbhal, pay attention here, you will understand. Don't worry. Now here you have the sun. This is the equator. Now here, if we, let's say, talk about the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere as well. Let's imagine a rough shape of the planet for easier reference. The rough shape of the planet in the darkness as well. So here, when you take a look at the planet and listen to this very attentively and apply your general logic, no hard sciences are involved here. Very simple general logic. Now, as the planet is rotating, let's say a region in northern hemisphere, would it be a safe assumption to make if I say that the region in northern hemisphere spends lesser time facing the sun and greater time away from the sun because the northern hemisphere is tilted away? It would be a safe assumption to make, isn't it? So if you face lesser time in front of the sun, means what? The days are going to be shorter. Now days are going to be shorter. Heat is received during the day. So that means for a shorter duration you are receiving heat. That means winter season. So this is in northern hemisphere, shorter days and longer nights. Winter. Whereas if you consider a place, let's say B, in the southern hemisphere, observe, B has got a much larger area in front of the sun that it will cover, and for a very short span of time, it will be behind the sun or away from the sun. So it will be a safe assumption to make that B spends much more greater amount of time facing the sun and much lesser time away from the sun. It will be a safe observation to make, isn't it? So here in this position, we can say you will have longer days and shorter nights. Yes, both A and B are facing the sun. Akula, understand, both A and B are facing the sun, but both of them will rotate as well, isn't it? They will carry out their rotation as well. So A here, observe, this is the planet. So A will be spending lesser time in front of the sun as it is rotating and more time behind the sun. B will be spending greater time in front of the sun, lesser time behind the sun. Is that understood, Akula? Or not? Aarti, tilt will always be leftward. How is it what? Okay. Okay, guys. Understand this in a different perspective. If you are facing it difficult to understand this. If I have this as a region, as it rotates around the sun, it will cover the entire distance around the sun, around the planet. This also rotates, this will also cover the entire distance around, isn't it? Now here, if you talk about this particular region, this will cover a what distance? If I have to represent the distance covered, what will be the region covered? This will be the region covered, or this will be the path covered. For this, what will be the path covered? For this, the path covered will be like this. Now, if I ask you, all those who have not understood, reply please. If I ask you that out of A and B, which covers a greater path in front of the sun and which covers a smaller part in front of the sun? Now you got it clear? Okay, good. So basically here, that is the correct Shruti. So now if you have a set of conclusions basically drawn from it. So during these months, you have winter in the northern hemisphere and summer in the southern hemisphere. So when we talk about these months, November to February, in the northern hemisphere, longer nights and shorter days. Winter. In the in the southern hemisphere, you have shorter nights and longer days. That is summer. Okay, that is referred to as the summer season. Yes, Drashti, I agree with you. So here, this is the condition during these months. Now, what about the polar areas? The region of this being the Arctic Circle, let's suppose the region around Arctic Circle, and let's suppose that is the region Antarctic Circle, right? Now, regardless of the rotation, you will observe that the North Pole is not exposed to sunlight at all. Whereas the South Pole, if you will observe, that is consistently exposed to sunlight. So during this entire phase, during this entire period, you will find that the region of the Arctic Circle and North Pole here, Arctic Circle and the North Pole, they are under permanent darkness. Night time, no sunrise. No sunrise is observed for almost around 6 months. These regions are under perpetual darkness. Then the region of South Pole and Antarctic Circle. There you will observe this. It is on the other side of circle of illumination, so it is perpetually lighted. So here, permanent daytime light. No night or no sunset is something you will observe. No sunset in this case. Okay? That is something you will observe during these conditions. Now, then we come to the position, let's say, of the summer season. This is the circle of illumination, right? This is the region of equator. This is the North Pole and the South Pole. Now here, you will observe this phenomena in the months of April to August, where in the northern hemisphere, longer days and shorter nights. Southern hemisphere, shorter days and longer nights. So that means northern hemisphere, longer days means summer. Southern hemisphere, winter. Now observe here, the region around the polar areas. Observe those regions. North Pole and the Arctic Circle. They are continuously lighted, regardless of how many rotations in this position you observe. The Arctic and the region of North Pole, they are permanently lighted. What about the South Pole and Antarctica? No light, no even slanting light is not reaching there because of the tilt. So that is why in these months, you will observe around the months of April all the way till August, you will observe that North Pole and Arctic Circle, no darkness, permanent light. So that means no sunset. Sun will be consistently present for almost 6 months. It will be present in a slanting position, but it will be consistently present. Whereas when we talk about the South Pole and Antarctic region, here observe permanent darkness, so no sunrise for 6 months. That is something which is observed. Now these places, these different positions that we have seen, the tilt is the same. Observe, this is the summer condition that we have observed. This is the winter condition that we have observed. The tilt remains the same. It is which portion is tilted away from the sun, which portion is tilted towards the sun. Now, in this entire movement, the planet will also come into a position here and also here. Now, in both these cases, in both these positions, can I say that the tilt is neither towards the sun nor away from the sun. Because the tilt is, let's say, like this, the sun is situated here. So the tilt is neither towards the sun nor away from the sun. Can I say that? In the slide, the earth you made, there might be something wrong. Akshara. What might be wrong, my dear friend, here? Please let me know. Okay. Nonetheless, you point out the mistake later on. But here, can I not say that in these positions, the earth is neither tilted away nor tilted towards the sun? In this case, both the northern and the southern hemispheres, they will get equal amount of, let's say, sunlight, right? We can say that. So that is a condition where both the hemispheres, they are at the same tilt to the planet or to the sun, and they have equal length of day and night. That is referred to as equinox. Equal length of day and night. Okay. Okay. That means currently there is no sunrise in Antarctica. No, Antarctica currently is in darkness. In this slide, the Earth you made. So, Akshara, this is absolutely correct, right? Don't get confused in this. This I have indicated as daytime. This I have indicated as the night time, and this is the daytime here. Don't get confused here. Okay. Ilma, why it was tilted only in 23 and a half? Why not more or less? Think about it. What can be the reason? Do you think there is a higher being at play, or a higher object, celestial object at play? A god is sitting up there? No. So this tilt that we are studying as 23 and a half, it has not always been 23 and a half, right? It keeps on changing every few thousand years. It changes around after every 26,000 to 27,000 years. It changes between 24 to 21 degrees Celsius. But presently, ever since we have been here, scientific discoveries have been happening, it is fixed at 23 and a half. Okay. And Ajayta, according to the reference of sun, can we draw the tilt of the earth towards right or left? Any direction that you draw, the tilt has to be consistent. The tilt always has to be consistent. Any direction, left or right, you can draw. Okay. So if I come back to this, here please understand the tilt is due to the gravity. Yes, the gravitational pull of attraction. The proximity of sun affects the temperature. So during aphelion, no. Proximity of the sun is one of the factors which influences temperature. Temperature is influenced by many other factors. So we'll talk about it, that why even during aphelion we experience summer condition, why during perihelion we experience winter condition. When we come to climatology, we shall discuss about that. Don't worry. So here, as of now, till this point, do we have a doubt other than the fact that I may have drawn an image wrong or incorrect? Do we have a doubt here? No. Good. So let us come to the portion of equinox once again. So during the phase of equinox, what happens is that the circle of illumination coincides with the axis. So during the phases of equinox, circle of illumination coincides with the axis. As a result of that, what happens is, let's suppose this is the circle of illumination. The axis will also be in this manner. So as a result of this, both the hemispheres experience equal duration of day and night. Both hemispheres experience equal length of day and night. Now, this is experienced twice in a year. Once while moving from summer to winter season, that is the season of autumn. That is observed on around 21st to 23rd of September. 21st, or let's suppose 21st of, it is generally 23rd, 23rd of September. And this is observed in spring, that is on 21st of March. These are the places, these are the dates when we have equal length of day and night. Similarly, the maximum, now planet Earth will be present here also in the rotation, present here also in the rotation, present here also. So the maximum tilt of the northern hemisphere towards the sun, that is experienced on 21st of June. 21st June. And the maximum tilt of southern hemisphere towards the sun, that is observed when? On 22nd of December. 21st, 22nd of December, anything that you can take. So this is what is also referred to as solstice. So this is referred to as the summer solstice or the June solstice, right? This is summer solstice, and this is what is winter solstice or December solstice. Okay. Now, after this, basically, we have seen that why we have seasons on the planet. Now, latitudes and longitudes, something that you would have read in your elementary level of classes around 6th or 7th. So basically, the latitudes and the longitudes. Uh, so Vishnu Maya, yes, generally it is named as per the northern hemisphere. Solstice basically represents that positioning of the celestial objects. That is where the solstice term is derived from. Solstice basically refers to a unique phase in the celestial calendar. So when we say the December solstice, that is when the southern hemisphere is tilted maximum towards the sun. So it will have, in the case of the December solstice, you will have the longest day in southern hemisphere and shortest day in the northern hemisphere. In the case of June solstice, you will have the longest day in the northern hemisphere and the shortest day in the southern hemisphere. Okay. In the picture of equinox, one of the pole is still, so that picture is not perfect. That is for the month of February that you would have seen. Now, when we talk about the longitudes and latitudes, now these are imaginary lines or circles which are drawn in order to give a point of navigation. Now, latitudes, they have come into existence in order to, or these are imaginary circles which have been drawn across the planet to give you an idea about the coordinates for movement, for navigation from one area to another. Now, these are also what are referred to as lines of parallel, right? Because they are parallel to each other, they don't end up intersecting. On the other hand, if you take a look at longitudes, they will always be intersecting with each other at the region of the poles. Longitudes, they give us an idea about the reference time. Time in comparison, what is the point of reference? The point of reference is the prime meridian, which is considered to be 0-degree longitude. Now, equator is considered to be the 0-degree latitude. Okay, so accordingly, we have the classification. So we have the latitudes. Latitudes are lines of parallel. How do you measure a latitude? Suppose you have to measure what is the degree of these latitudes. Now these latitudes, equator, always you will observe equator is 0 degree. As you move up, you have 10 degree north, you have 20 degree north, you have so on and so forth. This is 90 degree north. Similarly, you have 10 degrees south, you have 20 degrees south, 30 degrees south, so on and so forth. Pole is 90 degrees south. So how do you end up measuring? For example, Tropic of Cancer is 23.5 degree north. So if let's say you have to measure any latitude, that what is its demarcation, how will you name it? So here always understand that for that you have a connecting line from equator which is drawn. A connecting line from equator is drawn. And then the latitude that you want to measure. So imaginary line is drawn to the center. And the angle that is made, let's suppose this makes an angle of 40 degree. And because it is north of equator, this will be 40 degree north. If let's say I have to measure a latitude which is placed here. Let's say I have to measure this latitude. Now I will repeat the same process. I will join an imaginary line to the center. I will look at it. Let's say this is 20 degree. So this will be to the south of equator, 20 degrees south. A very similar methodology is used for naming of longitudes as well. But in the case of longitudes, rather than the equator, you use the reference of what? The prime meridian. So longitudes for every degree, you have a different latitude which is there, and same is the case with longitudes as well. So latitudes, these are imaginary circles parallel to the equator on a map where north basically is up. These longitudes, they run parallel to the equator. They are named after the angle created, the measurement that we have seen. That is how they are named. And when we take a look at the longitudes, basically, you will observe these are the circles which intersect with each other at the north and the south pole. Now here, the prime reference is the prime meridian which passes through Greenwich near London. That is considered to be 0 degree. Okay. Now here, if you think about it, let's say we take a view of the planet from the top. We take a top view, let's suppose, of the planet, where North Pole is somewhere in the center. Right. Let's suppose. There are many more of them, but let's suppose these indicate the longitudes. Now, if I say prime meridian is the reference point, if I say, let's say this is the prime meridian, 0 degree. So, this is the opposite end. So, if this is the prime meridian, this is, by the way, the top view of the planet that you are looking at. So, this indicates your North Pole. So, here, the exact opposite of prime meridian will be what? This portion. That is what is anti-meridian. Anti-meridian. And that is taken to be 180 degree because it is 180 degree. So this is 180 degree. Okay. The portion to the east of prime meridian and separated by the anti-meridian, that will be eastern hemisphere. Eastern hemisphere. India lies in the eastern hemisphere. and the portion to the west of it, that is what is referred to as the Western Hemisphere. For example, North America, United States, they lie in the Western Hemisphere. So this is basically the meridians, right? So this is your North Pole, North Pole, this North Pole. So this is the top view of the planet. This circle that you are seeing, that is the top view of the planet. Okay, that is the top view. This is the South Pole. Okay, that is the South Pole, and this is the North Pole. So for the planet overall, again, if I have to take you back to the image, for the planet overall, observe that the longitudes, these are the circles which will meet at the North and the South Pole, right? And this is the prime meridian. The prime meridian passes through London, or passes through Greenwich near London. And that is considered to be 0 degree. No, Shashank, what is depicted is correct. So that is 0 degree. So this will be considered to be Eastern Hemisphere. Eastern Hemisphere. And this will be depicted to be the Western Hemisphere. Okay, that is basically used for timekeeping in general. So longitudes, if you observe, these are geographical positioning markers that run from the geographical North Pole to the geographical South Pole, intersecting at equator. They meet at both the poles and specify the east-west position of a location. The prime meridian passes through, again I will repeat, please listen to it. Again, I will repeat. So here, when we talk about the prime meridian, it passes through the region of Greenwich near London. I hope we are aware where London is. London is present in the region of Britain. So it is from there that the prime meridian passes through. So the prime meridian is set as 0 degree longitude, and it divides the earth into eastern and the western hemisphere. Okay, so think about the entire planet as a spherical one. The prime meridian and the anti-meridian, they basically divide the entire portion or the entire planet into two parts. So that is the eastern and the western hemisphere. Why the longitude passing through 0 degree was chosen as the prime meridian? That is because during the 1700s and the 1800s, it was realized that we need the local time as well as an international standard time as well. So that is when basically it was understood, it was observed that we need an international reference time. And Postmaster General of London, he basically chose the longitude passing through the Royal Observatory in Greenwich near London. That was chosen as the reference marker. So since that point of time, that has been chosen as the prime meridian, which is considered to be the standard meridian. Now, that is where we'll finish or complete the session here today. So some portions of the international dateline, etc., that is still left, we will cover it tomorrow, and then we will enter into the portion of geomorphology. So that will be all for the session here today. Okay. And Shruti, this is not even a part of geomorphology, my dear friend. This is the very, very basic. This is something which is generally taught in class 6th and 7th of geography. So this is just an introduction. From tomorrow, we will get into the portion of geomorphology. Okay, question we will discuss tomorrow, Kishan. Why the earth rotates from west to east? Basically the rotation generated in the planets, when we talk about it, so that rotation is generated due to the collision which has formed that planet. So planet has been formed by multiple collisions. So when the objects will collide, what do you think? They will stick as it is and then they will lie there? No, any two objects, if even if you throw two larger stones to each other, they will have a kind of a spin. So that spin in the space continues to persist for a longer period of time. Okay, so it is during this continuous collisions that is what induced the rotation, and that is why majority of the planets, they will find a kind of a rotation. Okay, Mithun, my dear friend, I have tried to answer as many questions as possible, and I'm sorry that your question has not been answered. But if any of your questions have not been answered, don't worry about it. Write to us, write a mail to IS Live. You can write to us directly as well. In the meanwhile, if you have a question which you can ask again, feel free to ask. Pulkit, I think that answers your question about what causes the rotation in the first place. Ilma, rotation of all planet is the same? Absolutely not. It will not be the same, because why will it be same? The formation is different. Femina, basically GMT is the prime meridian, uh, which refers, yes. And is this the shape of earth which we see? So the shape of the earth is not exactly a sphere. The shape of earth is what is referred to as a geoid, which is basically shape of the earth is slightly elongated at the region of the equator and flattened at the region of the poles. So the shape is referred to as a geoid. Shalu, yes, that is correct. Collision of celestial bodies induce rotation. Akula, we will talk about it tomorrow, about the formation of the planet Earth. Okay, anti-meridian on the image. Nisarg, understand, if this is, let's say, the prime meridian, if I, let's say, have this as the prime meridian, the exact opposite of it will be the anti-meridian. The exact opposite, that is 180 degree, will be the anti-meridian. Yes, Shalu, that is correct. Geoid, because it is very unique shape associated with Earth itself. Yes, you can leave. Yes, Ajayta, that is correct. Uh, that is, the distance of equator is higher as compared to the region from the pole. Yes. Significance of anti-meridian. Anti-meridian is used to designate the difference between the day and the one day and the next day. We will talk about it tomorrow when we start with the international date line. Kishan, for geography, the same, 12 to 15 months. Black holes, they come into existence. You will study about it in the portion of uh, science and tech in significant detail. But black holes, when the star begins to die, that is when it implodes. The gravitational force increases so much that even light is not allowed to escape, and that is a black hole in the briefest possible manner. Okay. Now, are we not observing these phenomena with the present perspective, like massive heat will lead to expansion or explosion? Not in the current context, no. Ripan, your question is how to make notes after class. So once you have, let's say, attended the session. So for example, for today, you don't need note making because today has been a very basic concept. No note making is required. So let's say tomorrow when we initiate the portion of geomorphology, whatever portions you have covered in the class, after going through the additional reading materials and so on, make a brief gist about what you have understood from that matter. That will be your short notes. Okay. If objects are moving away from each other, then why do we say that Milky Way and Andromeda galaxy will collide in the future? Not in the near future. It is said that it can collide if the paths they cross each other, but we don't know about the exact paths as well. So as of now, it might very well be possible that they are moving away. But eventually it will come to a situation where the objects will stop moving away, and that is when the force of gravity will pull them closer, the theory of oscillating universe. Anshu, while making notes, please don't take help of any of the materials. Make it in your own words. And date timeline, we will refer to it tomorrow. Okay. And Ashwant, that is what we will refer to it tomorrow. Pulkit, it is assumed that the singularity would have been in existence, right? So that is an assumption made for the theory. How to brief notes. So Ashish, I will be able to give you the example of it tomorrow, because today we have not covered a significant portion. So tomorrow when we cover the geomorphology portion, I will be able to give you an example of how to create notes out of that. Okay. So Mathly, does note making, is that essential? Can we multiple revisions? If you are able to do Mathly, you can skip that. Don't worry. No, Shijin, different places have different velocity that is not observed by us. We are too small individuals to observe that. Shalu, I will refer you to the science and tech portion. You will cover it in detail, my dear friend. And map work not for today, guys. Tomorrow we'll do it. Yes, Akshara, you can do that. And Kirubagar, wherever necessary, I will give you the questions to practice. But understand, we have not covered the portion here significant today. Please understand one thing, guys. Regardless of whatever anybody tells you, it is not important for you to be writing multiple answers in one day. As of now, when you are initiating the level of preparation, at the end of the week, you have 5 subjective questions which are given. Every week, along with that, we will be discussing 3 to 4 previous year questions as well. So that makes it 7 to 8 questions, subjective questions in a week. Even if you write that much, more than sufficient. If you have more time with you, spend that time in revising the subject that you have just now completed or the other portions. Okay. If you are devoting more time to answer writing than that in the initial stage of your preparation, you are not doing justice to your preparation. So as of now, for the first couple of weeks, just take those tests, the 5 weekly questions that are uploaded after the BHLP or the weekly classes. Take those along with the previous year questions. That should be more than sufficient. You don't need a daily practice question. If you are writing daily on a kind of a trivial question which is provided, you are not making a full justice of your time. Let me make myself very clear. Okay. And can I use PPT for revision process? Yes. Kishan from see, first of all, please understand and get one thing very clear also. We are not here to cater to any demands that are created. Whatever is needed will be catered to. Wherever multiple choice questions need to be discussed, we will discuss it. It is not as per ad hoc demand that now I feel I should get some multiple choice question, get me multiple choice question. That is not going to happen. So wherever we feel that it is relevant enough, important enough, the previous year questions, multiple choice questions will be discussed. Okay, get that thing very clear. So that will be all from my side today. We meet again tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Good night and goodbye. And if any doubts that prevail, feel free to get in touch with us. You can contact me on my mail ID. You can get in touch with IS Live or the mentors, and the SMEs are here to get back to you as well. So take care of yourself. Goodbye. Thank you.